Good afternoon. Welcome to 2025. Live chat 94 here on Brooksy's Bass Corner, coming to you live from London town here in the UK. Trying to think where I was there. It's freezing cold here in London. It's about 1 degree and bitterly cold out. I hope you're all safe and well. Hope you've all made it through the Christmas and New Year festivities. Here we are, 2025. It doesn't stop, does it? It feels like about 2 days since we did the last live chat of 2024, just before Christmas, about a week before. Here we are, 2.5 weeks later, as promised, to try and remedy the issue that some of our American friends have got with the channel and the live chats when we do them regularly on Tuesday nights, which we've done for about 2 years. It's great for us here in the UK. It's Tuesday evening, finished a day's work, off we go. But it doesn't work for the our US friends. They're all at work in the middle of the afternoon or in the late morning, so it doesn't really work for them. So I said I would try and address it, and a year ago, this time last year, I didn't have many Saturday gigs, and I was watching live chats here on YouTube. And all the big channels, all the big YouTube educators were running their live chats on Saturday afternoons. Well, Saturday afternoon here in the UK, Saturday morning in the US. And I thought, they seem to do very well. How can I use that to my own benefit? And the problem for me generally across Saturdays is I'm gigging. But obviously in the early part of the year, there aren't that many gigs about. So this is a little experiment. We're going to see how it works for about 10 to 12 weeks. I've booked in a block of live chats. You can go on the YouTube channel if you wish to set a notification. We're going to be doing this every Saturday. A couple of the Saturdays, the timings will change slightly because I do have gigs that I've got to go to. So on those dates, the time will start a little earlier. So it'll be midday here in the UK, which will be 7 a.m. Eastern time. In the US, it'll be, oh God, 4 o'clock in the morning, I think, on the west side. So Los Angeles, California, San Francisco, Portland, Oregon. But it's I only have so many hours in the day, and the time difference makes it a real issue. But I said I would try and address it. So here we are, Saturday afternoon in the UK, Saturday morning in the US. Brooksy's Bass Corner live chats. We want to talk about bass guitars, amps, effects, bass accessories, strings, your favorite bass players, bands with great bass players in, albums with great bass players playing on it. If you want to join in, this is the place to come. Bill Clements, good to see you. I hope this time works for you, sir. So basically, my US friends, you can have your breakfast. I've just had my lunch. And let's see if we can make these Saturday live chats work for you guys. I've tried my best to accommodate as much as I can. So we're going to do Saturdays for a while. So the Tuesdays are docked for the moment. We won't be doing Tuesday evening live chats. We're going to see how the Saturdays pan out. If they don't work, then fine. We'll go back to Tuesday afternoons. Well, afternoons for you guys, evenings for us. But if it works, then I will try and find a happy medium that works for everyone. So it may be that we do a Saturday live chat and a Tuesday, and we give them a different kind of perspective on each one. So you're not watching the same thing. But we'll see how it all pans out. So it is a bit of an experiment. I hope it works for you. If you enjoy this live chat, enjoy the video, like the new, I can't say it's a new format because we're in the same format, but just in this slot, on a Saturday, if this works for you, then let me know. Like the video, please. Likes are very important. Comment on the video and obviously get involved in the live chat. But if you're watching this after the event, comments are fabulous. They help to project the video through the YouTube algorithm, gets the video seen by more bass players, and that's how the channel and the videos progress. And please feel free to share these videos out on the social media, via email, on websites. All of those things help to keep the channel moving in the right direction, progressing it through the YouTube algorithm. It sounds like a mystical thing. For us YouTubers, it is a mystical thing because no one can beat it. But in order to progress the channel, progress the videos, likes, comments, and shares, the three most important things. So any video here on the channel, actually liking, commenting, and sharing applies to every single piece of content I've ever created here on Brooksy's Bass Corner. If you can give a video a like, give it a share, leave a comment, fabulous. That's all I ever really ask of you. If there's anything you don't like about the videos, then again, please leave a comment. I can't make the videos better if I don't know what doesn't work for you. But I'm hoping bass players in the US, across Europe, elsewhere on the planet, hopefully this time slot on a Saturday will work for you. So we're going to be here for about maybe 3 hours, maybe 4. We'll see how we go. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, we might have a special guest or two. I've asked some well-known bass playing friends if they would be interested in coming on board and getting involved in the live chats. Unfortunately, there's a huge lurgy, cold, flu epidemic going on in the UK at the moment, which doesn't help us much. And I know one of the guys I've asked to join in has been struck down, but he said he will try and join us here for a bit of bass chat. So hopefully that all comes off. I do know that one of my email accounts that I use for Brooksy's Bass Corner has created a syncing problem with the email client that I use, and I am not seeing any updates. So if I keep referring to my phone, it's just so that I can keep on top of people that want to join in on the live chat. Okay, so let's see how we go there. So that's that done and taken care of. So I will keep tabs on that. I'm actually going to try and open that email up in its own on the Gmail. Just bear with me a moment, gang. I forgot to do this, so let's because if you guys want to join in by video or audio, I need to know, don't I? I need to be able to see that you're trying to get in here. So let's just do that. And I want, not that one, not that one. I want to add that one. Spare me a moment. I don't know why my email client is proving so problematic, but it is. Bear me a moment. Like I say, I don't want to miss that someone's trying to come on and I miss it. Right. Sorry, I just got to put in a password here. And then I'll be right with you. And that should be that looks good. Show me the inbox. There we go. That's much better. Now I can see what's happening. Great. Okay, Stacy from North Carolina, good to see you. Welcome on board. So occasionally today you might hear my throat get a little raspy. So if you were on the last live chat just before Christmas, live chat 93, you will know I was just starting to come down with a head cold, which had started the day before. Well, I thought, oh, it'll only be a one-day head cold, which is what I normally get. No, I got the full bells and whistles, didn't I? Came down, fully bunged up on the Wednesday. By Thursday, it had gone to my chest and my throat, and basically I sounded like Grizzly Adams or Lee Marvin, one of those two, and I had a dreadful voice. Thankfully, I was able still to do backing vocals for the gigs I had on the Friday and Saturday before Christmas. But I sounded like death warmed up, and over that weekend it was shocking. And as we got nearer Christmas, it kind of started to go, but I've only really kind of got my voice back the past sort of 4 or 5 days. So if you hear me get a bit husky, I'll just have a quick drink and we'll be back on top form. Right, let's get this live chat underway. Good to see you. Live chat 94 here. Brooksy's Bass Corner, London, UK. Welcome to 2025 live chats. They're now on Saturdays instead of Tuesdays. We're going to do this for a couple of months. All the live chats going forward are already booked in on the channel. So if you want to hit the notification button so you get told when those live chats are happening, you should get a notification about 30 minutes before we go live. So predominantly, we're going to be running from 2 p.m. on a Saturday. On Saturdays, when I have gigs, we'll start at midday, so it's 2 hours earlier. Now, I know some of you are going to be fast asleep and in bed, and even my glorious face is not going to entice you out of your pit. So that's fine. That's just something I have to go with. But when I've got gigs on a Saturday, I need to be out of the house by about 2 o'clock. So all the timings are there on the channel. I will keep all the regular community tab postings and social media postings. So as long as you check in, either with the community tab here on the YouTube channel or on Facebook or Instagram or Threads, you will know what time we're going live. Scott, good to see you. Welcome. Hope this works for you a little better as well, with this being on a Saturday. So if you've got any questions about basses, amps, bass effects, combos, speakers, accessories, strings, gig bags, cleaning materials, great bass players, bands with great bass players in them, or albums with great bass playing on. If you want to talk bass, this is the place to do it. I have not been able to find another regular bass channel that does live chat. So as far as I'm concerned, I'll wave the flag. We're the best one. There aren't any others. I keep looking. I can't find any. Some of the big channels like Scott's Bass Lessons and what have you, they'll do one-off live chats now and again, but we're the only regular one that's doing stuff on a regular basis. So you're very welcome. Come on, join in. We have the StreamYard platform, so I'm running this over YouTube. So basically, we have the facility where you guys can join in. You can come in and join in live. So you can either stick to the regular live chat text window if you want to communicate via that, or you can come on here live by camera, or if you don't want to show your face, you can just do the audio version. So basically that means when you come on here live, you just turn your camera off in terms of visual, or I can do it from my end and we still hear your voice. So that's still a possibility as well. So if this is your first time on a Brooksy's Bass Corner live chat, here is how it works. So the video you're watching at the moment is the video screen. If you want to communicate via the live chat window, if you're on the mobile app, the live chat window is directly below. If you're on the desktop version, it's that way. So you'll see there's like a column, a window pane, and there are messages flying up and down in there. That is how you can talk to me directly. But if you want to come on by video or audio, you can do that. At the bottom of the screen on the video here, you'll see it says email brooksysbasscorner@gmail.com. If you send me an invite, if you send me the email, get my teeth in, oh good. You send me an email, I send you an invite, you click on the invite, and then you can come to screen. So if you want to talk about basses, maybe you've got your eye on something that's in the January sales, or you're doing some work on your bass, or you're setting up a pedal board, maybe lining yourself up for your first bass audition, anything to do with basses. If you want some help, some advice, or you want some input on something you might be looking at, ask me. If I don't know the answer, I'll open it up to the floor and let the fabulous people that frequent the Brooksy's Bass Corner live chats try and help you. Between one of us, we will get it sorted for you. So if you've got a effects pedal that's causing a problem, maybe your amp's not working, or your speaker's blown a cone, or your bass just isn't doing what it should be doing, let us know. We will try and help. That's what we're here for. So as I say, this is the video window. You've got the live chat window. Directly below the video window, you've got a row of icons. You've got a thumbs up and a thumbs down. Please give the video a thumbs up. I can't stress it enough. It's the most important thing. If you give a video a thumb up, or leave a comment, or share that video elsewhere, it's a big plus to the YouTube algorithm. So it helps the video and it helps me in the channel. If you're going to give it a thumb down, please leave a comment and tell me what you don't like. That's how I can make the videos better. Then you've got the share arrow, which allows you to share the video out to social media, email and websites. You've got the save button, so you can watch the video at a later date. You've got the shop icon, which allows you to buy Brooksy's Bass Corner merchandise, obviously. So we got hats, we got caps, woolly hats for those who are in the colder climes. We got Brooksy's Bass Corner mugs and glasses, of course. T-shirts, sweatshirts. I've got a very fetching Brooksy's Base corner. You can't see it because I put the banners up. Take the banners off, Mike. Give them the full show. That's what I say. So we've got the Brooksy's Base corner baseball shirt with the logo on. You want T-shirts? We do a whole range of T-shirts as well. Like I say, the caps, and we've got about 170 pieces of merchandise, and there's actually 25% off at the moment through Spreadshirt and Spreadshop. Links are in the description box below, which we'll talk a bit more about in a moment. So all the merch, no matter where you are on the planet, is 25% off until the 6th of January. So if you've been thinking of getting some merch and thought, nah, I can't take the plunge at the moment, you can get any of the items have got 25% off at the moment. The more you buy, the more you save. So if you want to help the channel and get something for your money, merchandise is a great way of doing it. Helps me, helps the channel, helps the print on demand companies who provide all the stuff that we do. And the more you guys buy, the greater the discounts are that come through. So, you know, if you're hanging on for a 30% discount or a 50% discount, the more of the merch we sell, the bigger the discounts are that come through to me that I can then offer to you. So that's how that works. Trying to think, where are we? So we're on the shop icon. So that's YouTube selling the merch for me. Now, there's two ways of buying the merch. So you can do it directly through the shop service that is here on the channel, which runs through YouTube, and YouTube takes a cut. Alternatively, if you go in the description box, you're going to find links for Brooksy's Base Corner merch. That means we get a larger slice of the cut. Sorry, YouTube, that's just the way that works. So going into the description box, you're going to find timestamps for this video, which I will do after we finish this live chat. And basically that allows you to jump through the video at any point. So if you just want to look in the description box, see what we've talked about in this live chat and go to those points, you can. So you don't have to watch the whole video. We generally do about 2.5 to 3 hours. So it's quite a long live chat. So if you use the timestamp facility, you can jump through. The other option is to watch it on higher playback speed. So when I'm doing the timestamps and going through and putting the adverts in on this video, I tend to run it at twice speed. You can still hear what we're saying. We do sound like the mice in the windmill, but you can understand what we're saying. So on that count, if you want to rattle through the video very quick, that's the best way to do it. After timestamps, you're going to find affiliate links for the Bass Centre here in the UK. Obviously, we're now in 2025. They've just celebrated their 40th anniversary last year. Loads of merch, loads of great basses, loads of strings. So if you want to buy any Elite strings, any of the Bass Centre basses, or any of their merch, links are there in the description box. You'll then also find links for vidIQ, StreamYard, which we're using here, and Top Cashbacks. I'll give you a quick iteration on what those things are for those who don't come on the live chats very often. So vidIQ is a YouTube education platform. I use it. It allows me to generate ideas and informs me about things like keywords and title generation, thumbnail generation, ideas for videos, and it just kind of gives you a head start. So if you're thinking of setting up your own YouTube channel, vidIQ is a great place to start. It has a free Chrome extension, which you can add to your Chrome browser if you wish to do so. The extension is free, but if you want all the bells and whistles that vidIQ offer, you need to buy the main product. So there's an affiliate link in there, which will help the channel if you decide to buy the vidIQ product. The affiliate link for StreamYard. So basically StreamYard allows me the option to do live chats outside of the YouTube platform, but then allows me to add graphics and banners, and we can share screens, and I can invite people onto the live chat in real time by video and audio. So again, if you have a YouTube channel and you want to use StreamYard, you can get a discount, and we get an affiliate commission if you use the link in the description box. Then we got Top Cashback, which is something here in the UK. I don't know if it's overseas, but anyway, the UK version allows you to claw back money if you spend buying stuff online. So if you use sort of online retailers for your purchases, so you might be using Superdrug or Boots, or buying your mobile phone tariffs or insurance or flights or hotels. If you buy anything online, I use a thing called Top Cashback. So since 2003, when I first started using cashback applications, I've saved probably about £14,000, which is a lot of money. On Top Cashback alone, I've probably saved over 9 since 2009. I've saved about £9,000. So basically, when we're buying insurance, car insurance, breakdown cover, house insurance, pet insurance, buying a new phone, mobile phone tariffs, doing our online grocery shopping, I use Top Cashback and I get money back, and it's a constant source of income. So if that sounds appealing to you, there's a link in the description box. I will get an affiliate commission for passing you through and generating your account, but you will also receive £10 in instant bonus money, free money, £10 for doing nothing. And then if you start to do your online purchasing through it, even my mum uses it, that's how good it is. You will then start accruing your own Top Cashback money coming back into your account. And then when you amass that money, you can either have it straight out as cash into your bank account, or you can have it as vouchers for a whole load of retailers. I tend to use mine for my Amazon Christmas shopping. So the money in Top Cashback creates an Amazon gift certificate. I then apply that to my account and I do all my Christmas present shopping using that money. That's kind of what works for me. So you'll find those affiliates there. Then in the description box, if you've got any bass related purchases coming up, maybe a new bass, new amp, combo, strings, leads, cleaning materials, gig bags, whatever, there are 4 bass retailers there: Amazon worldwide, Thomann, Gear for Music, and Andertons. If you've got any purchases that you're thinking, I've got some bass stuff to buy, you can help the channel out with affiliate commissions by using those retailers. There are links there. There are Brooksy's Bass Corner stores for Amazon and Thomann. The Andertons and Gear for Music links are just general links. You click on them and anything you buy through the site will generate an affiliate commission for us here. But on Amazon and Thomann, there are Brooksy's Bass Corner stores. So there are links there. You go to my storefront, you'll see a load of bass related items. Find what you want, go through with the purchase. Once you've bought the item, Brooksy's Bass Corner gets a very small, and I do mean small, affiliate commission. But all those small commissions add up to make a bigger amount. So that's what helps keep the channel going. Then after the affiliate links, you're going to find social media links, and you're going to find us on Facebook, Twitter X, Instagram, BeReal, Reddit, Quora, Discord, TikTok, and I'm about to sort out Blue Sky this weekend. So we're going to be moving over onto that. So hopefully that will work for you. So let's see who we've got here. There's some more comments. So we've got Bill Clements. Good to see you, sir. Scott from US. Good to see you too. Stacy from North Carolina. Excellent. Good to see you. Dave Angel. Good to see you. Scott M, did anyone get any Christmas bass gifts? Yes, let's hear your bass gifts. Or maybe you're looking for something in the January sales. Let's know. Scott M, you got some DR Victor Wooten strings, but that's about it. Have you fitted them yet, Scott? How are they? Are they good? Dave Angel, got any long johns? Well, there is leisure wear in the merch. So feel free to have a look there. There is some very nice leisure wear that was put up, I think about 2 years ago, and I think it's still there running. But anyway, all the merch, 25% off until the 6th of January. Stacey having a laugh at Dave's comment. Sue Brooks approved. Well, that's my mum. Oh, right, I see, yes. Regarding the Top Cashback. Well, quite. Absolutely. I'm just going to grab a quick drink here. Just bear with me. So we're going to go through for a couple of hours today. It's just coming up 2 here in the UK. Probably going to go around till about 5 o'clock. But if the conversation is going hell for leather, we can go as long as you like because I have no gigs today. So this live chat can run as long as you folks wish. So taking your questions on bass guitar, bass guitars, amps, effects, and all associated accessories. So since I last saw you, let's think when that was, 17th of December. So I had a Queen show on the Friday, which was a revelation considering the state I was in. Got that show done at a hotel that night, and then had an Oasis tribute show on the Saturday, which was my last show before Christmas. I wouldn't say I struggled through it, but I could barely speak. Like, I was forming the words, but the sound that was coming out was fairly dreadful. And the band leader for the Oasis band was shocked when I got out of my car. I went, "Hello, mate, how you doing?" And he said, "Are you all right?" I went, "Well, I've had a head cold." I said, "It's on its way. I'm not contagious now, but this is what it's left me with." And I was literally just croaking my way through. Thankfully, I didn't have to do any BVs on the Oasis show. But yeah, it was a bit of a tall order. I wasn't 100%, put it that way. But anyway, we got the gig done, and then had a lovely drive back down the M5 and M4 back to London. And then we had Christmas, and I've been dealing with furniture at my mother-in-law's. Obviously, a lot of you that follow the live chats regularly know my mother-in-law passed away back in October, and the house sale is going to be completing very shortly. We've had to clear all the furniture out, so that's basically been what I've been doing since like Boxing Day, is breaking furniture down and taking it from upstairs to downstairs, and some stuff has gone and some still remains. But my plans of working on loads of content between Christmas and New Year didn't come to anything, because we were doing that. So here we are. Live chats are back up and running now on Saturdays, of course. And this evening, tomorrow, new content. I've got some tax and account stuff to do early part of this week. Got an Uncle Funk show next week, but I'm aiming now with my new toys that I got just before Christmas, obviously, which I told some of you about on the last live chat. Let me show you. So we're going to be doing a bit more vlogging here on the channel, taking you guys out with me on gigs. So when we're in the car, when we're doing sound checks, all of that. So I bought this just before Christmas, the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 content creation tool. So that's going to be coming with me on gigs, and also in the workshop. I've got to do the workshop videos because a couple of the basses I need to be using over the next 6 to 8 weeks really need restrings and setups now. And I had intended on doing those before Christmas, but it didn't happen. It's way too busy. But yes, so these new toys, that's a gimbal for the phone, and these will be allowing me to do loads of new style content for you fine people. So keep watching. That new stuff should be, well, first gig is next Saturday. So I've literally got, the countdown is on. I've got 1 week to learn how to use both of these and get them up and running. So there's going to be a lot going on this week. So lots of video filming in the workshop. I've got reviews and demos to do here. Pedal videos, basses, got some feature videos to do, got a load of stuff all backed up on the hard drive. Once today's live chat's complete, I will be sifting through the vault to see what we've got and what I can start working on immediately and start getting that out to you. So looking forward to getting all of that up. So there'll be a mixture of long and short form content. Going to try and get sort of a fairly standard practice going forward. So generally each each long form video will have 2 or 3 short form videos from it, and then that will also get integrated into Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, and that should, in theory, maintain a regular schedule, sort of every week, every month going through the year. But time to put the foot down on the content and really get the channel motoring this year. So to all the new subscribers, we had a bit of a subscriber surge this week, and then people started dropping off. I don't know whether that was people getting rid of YouTube accounts or they just didn't want to follow the channel. But if you are following the channel and you're new to it, thank you very much. I very much appreciate you coming along for the ride. And I will be, with the greatest will in the world, putting as much content up on a weekly basis as I can. So keep checking in, keep checking the community tab where I can communicate with you, and we'll try and put as much of this up as I can get out. But obviously Saturday live chats now in this slot, so we'll see how we go. Stacey, cool gear. The workshop vids from your point of view will be awesome. I hope so. I hope so. It's the idea really is that I have multiple cameras around the workbench. You can see all the things I'm doing. I'm hoping with this that I can actually wear it, because it comes with a strap that kind of sits over your shoulder. This thing sits on it and it films what you're doing. So hopefully you're going to get like a really good view on what I do in the workshop when I'm sort of fixing basses, setting them up, cleaning frets, restrings, all of that sort of thing. So going forward, hopefully it'll be a bit more entertaining for you. There was a gentleman literally in the past week who watched I think it was the video for the Ibanez SR300. Let's have a look. Just bear me a moment, boys and girls. I'll try and find him. He may even be watching. Who knows? I want that. Let's see if I can find him. Just checking the stream health while I'm at it. Very good. Stream health is excellent. Good. That's what we want. So it was. Need to go into community messages. Here it is. No, it wasn't. Just bear me. Anyway, this guy watched one of my workshop videos and said his bass now plays like absolute butter. He said I couldn't have done it with. Here we go. Yeah, Noah C. I don't know where you're based, my man. You've got 5 subscribers, but he said, I've watched your video. Now my SR300 is playing like butter. Thanks to this video. It's a beautiful setup. Thank you. That's what we're here for. That's why I want to do more of the workshop videos. Handy for you guys to know how to do your basses yourself. It also saves you a few pounds, a few dollars, a few euros. You know, if you can fix your own basses, set them up, make them play how you want them to play, not some tech or a guy down at the local bass store. I've taken some of my basses to some of the greatest luthiers in this country. And when they've come back to me, it's been like, that's not what I wanted. That's not how I wanted it set up. So I've learned over time to do it all myself. So, Scott, you're going to breakfast. Meet some friends. Have a nice day. Thanks, Scott. Good to see you. Take it easy. Have a good day over there. We'll probably still be here when you're finished. I will. Don't worry. We're not going anywhere. We'll be here for a couple of hours, so all good. So, yeah, so if you've got a bass and you would like to learn how to set it up and do all of those things, then by all means check out the workshop videos. I think I put them under the Workbench playlist. And hopefully that might help you. And if there's some issues that you can't fix for yourself, message me. Come on the live chat. You can come on here by video, of course. Well, explain to me what the problem is, and if I can help, more than willing to do so. That's what I'm here for. The only thing I don't go near are pickups and electronics. So when I say I don't go near pickups, if the foam under them needs replacing or the spring needs replacing, that's all fine. I don't do any soldering. I don't do any of that. I get the gallery in Camden here to do that for me. I don't go near electronics because it just... in my experience, it's a can of worms, and you can start getting into electronics and preamps and pickups, and things just start going wrong big time. And I don't know it well enough. And to be honest, at my age, I'm not sure that I want to learn. So I always let other people do that. Gareth Harrison, good to see you. Welcome. Afternoon. Hope you're well. Bet it's cold up in Manchester, isn't it? It's cold here in London, so I bet it's really cold up there. So for new people here on the live chat, obviously we've got the text window, live chat window, which is down below on the mobile app. That way, if you're on the desktop, at the bottom there's a box that says chat or comment. Put your insertion point and pointer in there. Put your message in. Press send. It'll appear here in the window. Next to that, you'll see an emoji icon. Feel free to hit the emojis as much as you wish. It helps the channel, helps the video, helps the live chat, promotes it within the YouTube algorithm, because the algorithm sees that you're enjoying the chat and getting involved. Next to that, you'll see a dollar symbol in a rectangle. It's called Super Chat. That allows you to make a financial donation to the channel. You don't have to, but every video here on the channel is monetized, because we're a monetized channel. So if you want to help the channel, help me, help the videos progress, feel free to make a donation to the channel, as small as you wish, as large as you wish. You don't have to. I'm not begging for money, but if you want to help the channel, help everything progress through the YouTube algorithm, Super Chat facility is there. Maybe you'll see something on this video or other videos here on the channel that help you with a bass related problem or an issue. If so, and you'd like to give me a little kickback, you can use the Super Chat facility. On every video here on the channel, where the icons are located underneath the video, there's also a love heart with a dollar symbol in, and that's called Super Thanks. It works exactly the same as Super Chat. It just allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel if you wish to do so. Gareth Harrison had snow forecast for later, right? It's not hit yet though. No, that will probably be coming overnight. We're going to be 13 degrees tomorrow, literally a 12-degree swing upwards, but it's not going to start getting warmer until the middle of tomorrow. So we've got another night of cold and iciness here. Thankfully, I'm not out on the roads. I'm not out gigging at the moment, so nothing in the diary till next Saturday. So it's all good, which means I can do loads of videos here on the channel. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So how was Christmas for you, Gareth? Any new bass purchases? Anything come your way? I think you did say before Christmas that you had some bass bits and bobs coming your way. Or I may have you confused with someone else. How are we looking on that front? That's all going along great guns. Excellent. So some of you may know and some of you don't. I had a couple of possible bass celeb special guests lined up today. Just had a message from one of them to say he is so struck down with the lurgy, there's absolutely no way he can go on camera or come on audio, because we might not be able to hear him. So we will give him a leave of absence, and when you're better, my man, if you're watching, you can come on here any Saturday you like. It's fine. He's probably succumbed to what I had before Christmas, so it's been doing the rounds, put it that way. And I know there is a bit of a flu epidemic at the moment going on in all the hospitals across the UK. So it's out there. Be careful. But hopefully get well soon, sir. And like I say, if you want to come on here next week or the week after, feel free. You know where we are. So that's cool. So maybe the other special guest might get involved or not. We will see. The problem with the people I know of this sort of caliber is they're so busy that trying to tie them down on a Saturday afternoon to come in on a live chat is a tricky thing. Sometimes they can do it, but very often, as I've found, people will say, yeah, love to, and you get to the day and it's like, I can't do it, not going to be around, haven't got 20 minutes to spare. So these things happen. It's okay. Sorry for keep coughing. This is the aftershocks of the cold I had just before Christmas. But anyway, you're all welcome to join in. If you wish to come on live by video or audio, you can. There's a ticker running along the bottom of the screen. Email me, brooksysbasscorner@gmail.com. I'll email you over an invite. You click on the invite, then you can come to screen. You want to talk about basses, anything to do with basses, amps, effects, accessories. We can talk about all of it. Gareth Harrison, Mrs. got me a few extra guitar cables. You sent me the pictures. And a Boss BF3. That would be the flanger pedal then. I think. Boss BF3? Am I right? I think that's the flanger. Is it the bass flanger? It is the flanger. It's the purpley pink one. Very good. How are you getting on with that? How are you getting on with that? Yeah, you sent me pictures of the cables. Very subtle, I think was the colouring officially. Subtle yellow. But anyway, Ernie ball cables, that'd be great. I've got a load of Ernie ball cables arrive for the pedal board, which I need to film, putting that together. And just before I came on the live chat, a new Uncle Funk Decades of Dance show just popped into the diary. So I need to get that board ready and up and running for business. Gareth stops people tripping on them. Quite. Usually singers and guitarists, I think you'll find. Quite right. I think I can hear a dog trying to get in here. No, my office is a dog-free zone this afternoon, I'm afraid. So, yeah. So, how's that pedal? How are you getting on with that? Are you getting the sounds from it you want? It's a really good flanger. I was going to buy one about a year ago, over the Christmas period last year. Someone had one for sale secondhand, and it was in an area where I'd just done a gig there. But I hadn't been looking to buy pedals at the time, and a week later that popped up, and I was like, and in the end I didn't bother, because what I was going to do was put the Mercury flanger from Source Audio, put those presets into the Gemini Chorus by Source Audio, which I've explained before here on the live chats, that if you buy Source Audio pedals, if you buy a pedal from a particular range, so whether it's distortion, modulation, delay and reverb, you can put the presets from any other pedal in that range into the pedal you've got. So if you buy, for example, the Aftershock by Source Audio, you can put all the other distortion and fuzz pedal presets into that pedal. Sounds like a bizarre way to operate, and you think, well, Source Audio must be doing themselves out of sales of hundreds of thousands of pedals. It's the way they operate. So who am I to tell them what's good business practice and what isn't? Gareth, the B3 sounds great. Taking it to rehearsal tomorrow so I can dial it in properly. Enjoy. You'll love it. But certainly do a bit of home experimentation first, because there's a lot of different sounds in that pedal, lots of options, and you want to know, if it doesn't sound how you want it to sound in the rehearsal, how do you make it sound, rather than spending half an hour fiddling knobs and tying yourself up in knots. If you know what each control does and how each one affects the other controls, it suddenly becomes sort of second nature, which is what you want, really, with any pedal. You want to know how to get the best out of it. So here we are, Brooksy's Bass Corner, live chat 94. We're getting close to 100. I think the 100th live chat falls on February the 15th. Might have to get a little cake in for that, maybe. Yeah, so here we are. London town, here in the UK. It is cold out. Let me open the blinds. You might be able to see what we've got. Or not. It looks all right out there. But believe me, it isn't. It's freezing cold. We walked the dogs this morning. It was cold. Certainly was. But it's going to be 13 degrees tomorrow. And then it drops again. So the weather's playing silly buggers at the moment. So you're having to look quite a way ahead on the old weather forecast to see what clothes you need to wear for dog walks every day. So there we go. So Peter Quinlan, if you're out there, good to see you the other day, my man. Pete regularly sort of turns up here on the live chats. He contacted me just before Christmas and said, could I do a video call with you? I said, yeah, sure. What was the problem? He said, I'd like to talk to you about going professional as a bass player. I was like, okay. So we were going to do it just before Christmas, and then obviously I'd lost my voice. And we did it a couple of days ago, and I filmed it. So there's going to be a video I'm going to put up where he and I were talking to each other about how to take the plunge, how to go full time. I hope some of the information I gave him was useful. But again, all I can do is convey through my own experience of having done this 30 years this year. 30 years, crikey. 1995, I was a mere waif of a boy. But here we are, 30 years on, and I always said if I wasn't earning reasonably by the time I'd done it for 10 years, I'd pack it in. So that came and went, obviously, and here we are. But anyway, Pete, it was good speaking to you the other day. It was good fun. Long chat. I think we were talking for about 3 hours, I think. But yeah, he was asking me lots of questions. I tried my best to offer advice and help wherever I could. Stacey, oh yes, a cake for the 100th live chat. Celebrate good times, come on. What's your name? Cool and the Gang? Yeah, so that falls on February the 15th. That'll be the 100th scheduled live chat, not counting the impromptu ones when I'm on gigs and what have you. But and actually yesterday I started doing new thumbnails for the old live chats. So you may find some of these appear if you're a regular watcher of the live chats here on Brooksy's Bass Corner. You may yeah, I can, can't I? You may find you start getting thumbnails for the old live chats. So what I've always tried to do is for every 10 live chats come up with a different thumbnail style. So obviously our first live chat was in December 2020. Well, we've gone through quite a few different thumbnail styles, and I thought, well, a lot of those old live chats don't get sort of residual views. They just don't. And I thought, well, I've got to do something about them that makes them either familiar or kind of intimates what we do on the live chat. So I started redesigning thumbnails yesterday, and I think I've done eight or nine. So they go back to the first bunch. So what I'm going to try and do is get sort of up to the ones that we did from July to December last year, because they're still getting views. But the older stuff from 2020, 2021, 22 and 23, I wouldn't say they've bottomed out. And at any time, a video here on YouTube can suddenly go, you know, hyper and just literally take the roof off. You just never know when it's going to do it, or when the algorithm might choose to do it. So I thought, well, let's try and get a standardized thumbnail and see if that starts to generate any views. So I haven't looked this morning. I don't think the changed thumbnails are having an effect yet, but that doesn't mean they won't have an effect sort of a little further down the line. So let's just have a look to see how they do. I made a note of what the views were before I started doing it. Let's just go into there. And I need to do that, don't I? So we're listing from the start. So that had, so the first four. Yeah, they've only risen by 1 or 2, which is probably me clicking on the thing to go in and take the snapshot of the video of the screen. But okay, well, we'll see. It might work, it might not. But one of the things we get from vidIQ often, and actually other YouTube education channels, is that updating your thumbnails is a big thing. And I will acknowledge that and recommend it to anyone that's running a YouTube channel. Don't be afraid to change your thumbnails. I did loads of the demo and review videos last year on New Year's Eve because I didn't have a gig. So that's 2023 going into 2024. Loads of the videos here on my channel from that date have started going upwards big time. And I'm hoping that as and when the channel progresses, gets bigger, we start to get more momentum, those videos are going to seriously take off, because they're already on that upward slope. And it all happened from the moment I changed the thumbnail. So we will see. I've got my eyes on them, and they're in my analytics. I can click on any of those videos with changed thumbnails and see their current progress. So I'm hoping it might have a similar effect on these older live chats, because there's some good stuff in there. Some of the questions you guys asked me, you know, useful stuff. Some of it's going to get used in the podcast series that's coming up. There's some really good questions in there. So, you know, there's stuff to be learned. If you want to check out any of those older live chats, just go on the channel, go to the playlist section, and there's a playlist that says live chat. They're all in there. They're all in there. And like I say, if you don't want to spend hours watching them, put them on double speed. You can still hear what we're saying, but you go through twice as quick. Or use the timestamp facility. Some of the older ones I haven't put the timestamps on yet, but I will do. I've got them written down. Something I did about 18 months ago and just haven't had time to do it yet. So there. So here we are, live chat 94, coming to you from London in the UK. Hope you're all safe and well. I hope you all got through Christmas and the New Year safely and healthily. I know young Stacey has had a few health issues. Hope you're well. Hope you're feeling a bit better today. Hope the meds are kicking in. Lord knows if you're watching my live chat, you'll need some seriously strong meds. Gareth Harrison went to Newcastle over Christmas, visiting the family, tried a Dingwall Rio bass in guitar. And what did you think, Gareth? What were your thoughts? Have you ever played a fan fret bass before? What did you think? What did you think of the Neve preamp? Because my knowledge of your bass playing and your collection is you like a passive bass, sort of traditional sounds, semi-acoustic sometimes. So what did you make of the JT Dingwall? And was that bass brand new, or was it being sold second hand? Because they are limited in number. There's only 82 of them. And I've seen a few going up for sale. There was one on eBay, may still be there. The guy wanted $4,000 for it. So he literally bought it and now realised, oh, actually, I need that money. Why'd you buy it in the first place? I've never quite understood those high price tag bass purchases, and it happens all the time. And people buy these things and then sell it and try to make a huge markup. And it's like, the people that are interested were watching it when they were being sold. You know, it's fairly obvious you're just slapping $1,000 extra on the price tag and think you're going to get it. You're not. Well, you might, but personally, I wouldn't think so. Stacey, I'm doing so much better. Good. Take care of your gut health, folks. That's all I'm saying. Noted. Gareth, the JT Dingwall was new but already sold, but they still let you try it. I'd have been annoyed if that was me, but there we are. There we are. So what did you think? How was it for you? Spill the beans. So I hope you're all well on the other side of the pond. Some of you will be waking up, having your breakfast. I've had my lunch. I had a nice hearty lunch before we came on here, because I knew it was going to be 3 or 4 hours. So I'm all energized up and ready to go. So if you've got any questions about basses, amps, effects, bass accessories, great bass players, you just want to chew the bass fat, then this is the place to do it. We're the only regular bass live chat on YouTube that I can find. If there is another out there, make yourself known, because I can't find you. Gareth, never played fan frets before. Okay. Which confused me, and too many controls for your liking. Yeah, it's a three-band preamp. And I think, yeah, it's got the 3 pickups in. So basically it's a switching system between which pickup is on and which one isn't, and different configurations of. Sounded great, though. That's the Neve preamp for you. Well, it's Dingwalls for you, to be fair. Stacey, how did the fan frets feel under your fingers? This is a discussion we've had many times here on Brooksy's Bass Corner. People who haven't played fan frets asking what they like to play. How do you navigate around the fingerboard? It's actually very easy. If you put your mind to it and do the same thing the moment you pick it up, that you will then play it in the same way permanently, is to look at the edge of the fingerboard where the fret end is. Your fingers will naturally curve to the shape and slant of those fan frets. When you start looking at the front of the fingerboard and trying to get your head around, your eyes will play tricks on you. Whereas if you just look at the edge of the fingerboard and where the fret end is, nothing changes. It's the same as playing any bass. Or at least from my experience, that's the way it worked best for me. When we first started getting them from for review at the magazine, first one I had was a 6-string. Whoa, was it an after? But I can tell you, I've got the review here on the hard drive. Bear with me a moment. Bass reviews, Bass Guitar Magazine. Here we go. Dingwall. First one I had was an AB2 6-string in 2012. I'm sure I played one before that. I was sure I had one back a bit further, but maybe not. Okay, 2012 it says. And yeah, 6-string AB2. And the very first time I picked it up, at that time, obviously Dingwalls were a newer thing. And a lot of people go, oh, you can't play them. Oh, nightmare to play. Oh, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't. It was really easy. Like I say, I just look at the edge of the fingerboard, side of the neck, as I do with any bass. And you see where the fret ends are, and then you play. But if you look around the front of the fingerboard at what your fingers are doing and where the frets are, that's when it starts to really play tricks on you. But how often do you play a regular bass and look at the front? You don't. So as long as you are aware where the fret ends are, everything is the same as it is on any other bass. The whole idea of the fan fret thing is that it follows the curvature of your fingers and their natural positioning when you're fretting an instrument. That's the general premise. Gareth, something you could get used to but was confusing to look at. Don't look at it. That's the thing. If you don't look at it, all you're seeing on the side are the fret ends, which is what you would see on any other bass. Nothing's changed. It's the same. Stacey, optical illusion involved then. What it is that the frets are slant, and it's a gradual slant. And if you're looking from the player's perspective, it changes as you look at the length of the neck. So then you start to compensate for where you think your finger should go. And that's when the problems start. Whereas if you don't look at that and you just play by feel, and where once you've been playing for a year or two, you start to get an idea of dimensions and what the gaps are between each fret. And obviously, as you on any bass, the gap between the fret gets smaller the higher up the neck you get. Well, that's no different on a fan fret bass. So if you take that principle into consideration, and your finger placement is no different than playing a regular bass, it looks different, but actually physically it isn't. So yeah, that's the way it goes. Stacey, might be what's that? Might be a good video idea with that new POV option camera. Maybe. Although to be fair, Dingwalls have been done to death on YouTube. There's so much Dingwall content out there. Kevin Allen, is it Tuesday? No, sir. You weren't on the last kind of bunch of live chats, I think, as we were approaching Christmas. So we're doing Saturdays for about 3 months. We're going to see if it helps the American audience, see if we can pull in some new viewers, get some people interested, and change things up a little. I've had many requests from people asking if we could change the day and time for the live chats because they can't make Tuesday evenings. So while we're in the middle of winter, blokes generally don't want to go shopping. Can't blame you for that. It's cold out. Let's do some live chats. This time last year, straight after New Year, I didn't have many gigs. I was watching live chats by the big YouTube educators here on YouTube, and they were pulling in thousands of viewers. And there was obviously something to do with the time of broadcast and the viewer's location. So my plan is to see if I can replicate some of that here on Brooksy's Space Corner with you fine people, and hopefully people from across the pond and also on the other side of the planet might find this time works a little better for them. I hope so. Let me know. Leave a comment. Get involved in the live chat. Let me know what works for you. Stacy saying, ain't that the truth? Joe Paquet, who knows? You tell me how to pronounce that, Joe. You're stateside. Welcome. I don't know if you've been here on the channel before. If you haven't, you're very welcome. Come on in. We're talking basses, bass guitars, amps, accessories, cleaning materials, anything to do with bass guitars. You want to get involved? Feel free. Good to have you on board. You want to come in and join in, have a live chat with me and with others, you can do so. There's a ticker running along the bottom of the screen. Email me at brooksysbasscorner@gmail.com. I'll send you an invite. You click on the invite, you come through live here on screen. You're very welcome. You're in Boston. Predominantly what I was aiming for today. People on the East Coast. This hopefully will be an easier time for you to watch and get involved. So this week we're on from 2 till about 5ish here in the UK. Next week, because I have a gig, we're going to be on at midday, which will be 7 a.m. on the East Coast. I'm sorry, I can't do anything else about it. Then the week after that, a couple of weeks after that, it's going to be 2 till 5 again. 2 till 5, 2 till 6, whatever works for everyone. Because my gigs are here in London, I don't need to leave home until about 6:30, I think. So that works for those. Yeah, Northeast US being represented. Welcome on board. Have you got any questions, Joe, or just coming for the bass hang? And you're very welcome. You know, get involved with the chat. It's all good. If you're looking for any bass help, bass advice, information, let me know. If I can help, I will. If I don't know the answer, one of these fine people will. Are you covering anything in particular today? Berkeley's in your backyard. Well, the original thing for today was to try and take people's bass playing up a notch this year. Pooling ideas in that respect. Normally on the Tuesday nights, we have like a topic of conversation. I haven't picked anything today because I think people's heads are all over the place after Christmas and New Year. So I haven't picked a topic of conversation, but really it's a case of just trying to improve people's bass playing. So if anyone's got any questions, wants some help on that, if I can, I'm willing to do so. Whether it's a practice regime, theory stuff, maybe getting your gear together, giving your gear an overhaul, maybe give your pedal board an overhaul. Lord knows, I feel like I'm giving my pedal board an overhaul every week at the moment. Got new pedals here for reviews and demos, which I'll be cracking on with once we finish the live chat today. So there's loads of stuff coming, loads more gear stuff, some vintage interviews to go up. Got some new stuff to do. I've got a whiteboard over here full of jobs to do on the channel. So there's going to be loads of new stuff coming up. Have you been on the live chats before, Joe? Or is this your first time? Okay. I apologise for the constant coughing. I'm going to have a little throat lozenge, actually. So I'm getting over a cold that I had. Well, it kicked in the day before the last live chat before Christmas. So we're about 3 weeks in on this now. This is your first time. I've picked up an SWR Beast. Very nice. I'm working to get familiar with it, with all it can do. I've got an SWR Super Redhead over here, in amongst my wall of amplification. So if you want any help, if I can help in any way regarding what that does, if any of that information is transferable, let me know. What bass are you using with it? Or basses, perhaps? Gareth, watched a band called the Dead South on Jules Holland. Their bassist was playing an upright as if it was an electric bass. I've seen people do that with the NS uprights before. Because the NS upright you can either have on a stand or you can have it on a strap. It looks a bit cumbersome. Looks like you're playing a shelf. But I can't fault how they sound. They're great, the NS uprights. I don't have one. I have no need for one. I've contemplated buying one on several occasions, so I had it if I needed it. But there's always been something else that I've needed. Well, it's taken priority. Joe, you got a made in Mexico Fender Jazz with flats. Very nice. Standard pickups, preamp. You haven't changed anything. Still passive. And what brand of flats are you using? That's a classic bass tone right there. So I'm just keeping tabs on all the technological comings and goings while we're in the middle of the live chat there. Very good. So let's think. What did I get bass-wise for Christmas? Actually, very little. The only thing bass-related for me were the Mr. Big Finish Live box set. Oh, CD and is it Blu-ray? I think it is Blu-ray, isn't it? It is Blu-ray. Ta-da, one of those. And I got the Go West CD DVD box set from a couple of years ago, remastered first album with all the extra tracks and everything else. It's got Alan Murphy on it on guitar. I bought it for that predominantly. You can't buy those DVDs; they're not available. And Amazon did a deal on it around about the end of summer, and I thought, wouldn't mind that for Christmas. So those are the two bass related things for me for Christmas presents this year. I'm going to try not to rattle this lozenge around my mouth. I know how annoying it is. It's like sitting behind an old lady on the bus and she's rattling a Foxy's Glacier Mint around her gums. It's not a lot of fun. So I'll try not to do it to you guys down the microphone, okay? I've got a very dry throat, unfortunately. The hazards of getting a cold just before Christmas. But at least I've got a voice. I didn't have that about a week and a half ago. So I'll be grateful for that. Oh, good. Yes, Stacey Ann, round her gob. Gareth Harrison, you also got a Marshall Bluetooth speaker. I saw those. I've seen those on a lot of the retailers' sort of sale pages. How's it sound? Is it good? Is it okay for bass? Is it more geared towards guitar? Or is it Marshall bass Bluetooth speaker? Let's have your honest assessment, Gareth. I've got no resolutions bass wise. I've got plenty to do, plenty to be getting on with this month. Actually, this month and next month are quite light gig wise. I've got a few things. So once we finish the live chat tonight, my office is going to get a serious clear up. And we're going to get stuff organised, and I want to start filming and using the content that I've already got that needs to be finished off. So there's going to be some reviews and demos in the next couple of days. Then I've got a little bit of tax and account stuff to do before the self-assessment window closes. And then it's hell for leather. Then it's start doing all the things I should have been doing in the past 2 years. But for regular attendees of the live chat, you'll know I've had my hands full the past 2 years with family stuff. So that's now dealt with, and we can start trying to create some momentum here on the channel. But if you're a new subscriber, just got on board in the past couple of weeks, welcome. It's good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for getting on board with the channel. And I'll make every attempt possible to improve the output this year. It's been a bit hit and miss past 2 years. We've had a lot going on here at home, so we'll try and make amends. Kevin Allen, good to see you. Anyone know of bands with multiple bassists? Well, there was Ned's Atomic Dustbin. I know you went to a gig, didn't you, just before Christmas, where they had a couple of bass players in the same band? You saw a video with Brooksy and another the other day, no union or octave work, quite innovative. Well, there's obviously the Stanley, Clarke, Marcus Miller, Victor Wooten band, SMV. There's videos of that up on YouTube. They've done, I think they did 2 albums, certainly did 1. But I think they may have done 2. Gareth Harrison, it's just for playing music with no inputs. We're talking about his Marshall Bluetooth speaker. Just for playing music with no inputs to play instruments through. Oh, sounds great, and you can hear the low end better than most other Bluetooth speakers you've owned. Cool. Okay, no worries. Joe Paquet. Suggestion for a future show would be beginning home recording using DAW signal chain. Okay, to be honest, I don't do a lot of that. The only time I use that is for creating my YouTube videos. I don't actually have a home recording setup. I just use Audacity and my audio interface here. And that's about it. I don't record sessions remotely. I get no inquiries for session work in that respect. Quite a few players I know do, but I don't, because I've found over the past 20 years it's a reducing numbers game. So basically, people that want people like me to do sessions want you at a rock bottom price. And there are some people that are willing to do it, and they'll do it just for the sake of recording. Well, I won't. And I tend to have an idea in my head what I want to be paid for something. And if I get the impression early on that someone's just literally seeing how much they can get out of me for how little they can pay, I'll just walk away from that situation. In my younger days, I might have gone through with it and thought work is work is work, but these days I don't. I've got other things to do with my time, so I don't play the reducing numbers game. We used to have it here in London with a lot of the covers wedding function bands where agencies would always say to you, what is your rock bottom price? And it's like, well, from that point, there's no conversation, is there? Because, you know, our rock bottom price is our top price. You know, I can deal with a client, but if an agent is asking you for your rock bottom price, that doesn't take into account what they're going to slap on top. And I do know of a couple of agencies that used to get bands to do that. They wanted you to do an event for 500 quid when you would normally charge 1,500, of course. They wanted you to do it for 500, but they would charge the client 2.5. And it's very funny when that client comes up to you and says, well, you know, you're very expensive. And we're, what, £500? No, 2,500. We didn't charge you 2,500. Well, that's what we're paying the agent. Cat's out the bag. So, yeah, been down that route. But yes, maybe I will do something on home recording and DAWs. A lot of people, a lot of not bass channels, but tech channels have covered that stuff sort of top to bottom. My signal chain actually is very simple. It's literally bass, audio interface, and then that's into my PC. I'm not a Mac user. I'm not an Apple fan, I'm afraid. But if someone wants to talk about that and how I record sound for YouTube videos, I'm more than happy. It's very uncomplicated. So basically the sound you hear on any of my YouTube videos, literally the bass into an audio interface recorded on a Windows PC. And that's it. There's no EQ added. It's literally as clean a signal as I can get from my bass to the video you see. The only problem is the videos are compressed twice before you see it on YouTube. So you have I record everything as a WAV, so there's no compression there. You're getting it as it's recorded into that interface and then recorded on the PC as a file. That's then rendered to create the video. So you've had one form of compression. And then when you upload from your machine to YouTube, it's compressed again. So there's two levels of compression before you even hear it. So it's hard to allow for that, but it is what it is. So that's kind of what I do. It's all very simple. I try and keep all my recording as simple as possible. I'm not trying to... If a video has got effects or plugins or any of that sort of thing, I'll say it up front. But all the videos, demos, reviews, I try and keep it as clear and as native, if you like, as possible. So if someone's watching and they want to get an idea of a bass before they go and put down £1,000 or £2,000, hopefully my videos, my demos, my reviews will give you an idea of that before you go in and do it. But I can't give you the, you know, it's not the same as sitting down with the bass in your hands and listening to it on headphones, because you've already had those two forms of compression already. Gareth, Peter Hook and the Light. Hooky has his son playing bass with him. Yes, he's had that for a while. I think his son was playing guitar before for a couple of years, but he's got him on bass now. Okay, interesting. Stacy, oh crap, don't you love rock bottom price? Yes, when someone's contracting for a service, makes me crazy. Well, that agency that I mentioned, not by name, after that gig, we didn't do any more gigs for them. Unless we got what we wanted, we wouldn't do rock bottom price. Don't do rock bottom price. You want us, you pay for us. What you charge as a commission on top then is up to you. But obviously, if you go too high, the client isn't gonna go for it. But we knew after that event, all those times that we dropped our price just to get the gig, and the agency was putting $2,000 on top. And it was like, we can't do this anymore. Not willing to do that anymore. And we had so much work coming our way from other places. It was like, it makes no sense. We're turning away £1,500 gigs to do £500 so that agency can take two. No, we're not doing that anymore. You got wise to it after a while. Stacy, did they do this at the grocery store? Yeah, what's your bottom price on these grapes? No, they don't, of course not. But that's the nature of the music business. There is always someone that will do it for cheaper than you will. If you were doing it for 5p, there'd be someone that will say they'll do it for 4. It makes it very hard. It makes it very hard. And performers that go out and do a gig for 50 quid when everyone else is trying to do it for 300, it's just, you're just causing more grief for everyone else. But there we are. It's a funny old business. I've seen it all. In 30 years, I truly have seen it all. Or a lot of it. That's for sure. So here we are, Brooksy's Bass Corner. It's live chat 94, coming to you all the way from London here in the UK. Happy 2025. Happy New Year, one and all. Hope you're all good. Jerry Blair, here he is. My mate came to see me play on the 14th of December. What did you think? I know you were at rehearsal when we last spoke on the last live chat. What did you think of the show? Gareth, usually part-time's doing it as a hobby. Correct, that's right. Yeah, Jerry, let everyone know. Jerry came to see me do an Uncle Funk's Disco Inferno show just before Christmas. Came, very good of him. He came all the way from southeast London, all the way up to Sawbridgeworth in Hertfordshire. Came to see me play. I think he had a good time. We talked basses after the show and pedals and everything else. But thank you very much for coming, Jerry. It was very much it was a pleasure to have you there. Jerry Blair, here we go. It was fantastic. I'm coming to see you again and talk about the bass. It was great. Well, there you go. Come and see us anytime you like. As long as it's not a private event, you're welcome. And obviously you don't pay to get in. I'll get you in on the guest list. Let's have a quick look, see what we've got coming up public-wise. Well, my next gig that's public is on the 18th of January at Greek Street, which is just around the corner from Tottenham Court Road Tube in the evening. That's a request show. Then private dues. Got 2 ABBA gigs down in Bridgewater, down in the West Country on the 7th and 8th of February. Got another request show, I think on the 15th of February. Again, it's around the corner from Tottenham Court Road. And there's a few of those dotted around. Next Uncle Funk public show is the 15th of March. Funnily enough, not far from Sawbridgeworth. We're at the Whay Drill Hall. So rephrase that, Mike. It's the Drill Hall in Whay, funnily enough. And that's a public show. That's tickets. So that's 15th of March. So if you want to come to that, Jerry, you're more than welcome. Just let me know in advance. Even if you let me know in the week of that gig. I'll be doing a live chat on the day from 12 till 2. So no worries with that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. What do you think of the bass playing? That's the important thing. Yes, it's a Saturday, Jerry. Not far from Sawbridgeworth, where? And we've played that place 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This will be 5th time since we came out of lockdown. And it always sells out. It's a good night. We have a bit of a blast in there. It's a funny sounding place because it's got a curved ceiling and it's all hard surfaces. But somehow we seem to have managed to sort of conquered it. Last time we were like, right, no, we've got to get on top of the sound on this gig. And I can't remember what we did. We certainly did something. I think we might have put like a longer delay on it. And it seemed to work. It made everything less boomy and bouncy in there. But it's all good. Kevin Allen, something I don't get is why fretless instruments cost more than the same instrument fretted, given there is less work manufacturing and less metal because they're not putting frets in. Just supply and demand. Fretless instruments cost more because there isn't such a requirement for them. So if it's a mass-produced instrument, they have to reset up the machines to to put in fret lines if they've got fret lines, or not if they're standard boards. But for an independent luthier, it's quicker and easier for them to make a fretted instrument. It just is. So to make a fretless requires a bit more. I'm guessing it's a time thing, maybe. It shouldn't. You'd think without frets it would be easier, but I guess there's a certain level of detail and sort of care and attention required for a privately commissioned instrument. But yeah, supply and demand. Yeah, I mean, some manufacturers will not offer a fretless version, just like they won't offer a left-handed version. Right, and again, you think, well, really? But they just want what they can make a lot of and sell a lot of. And if that means sort of cutting out certain areas, I mean, for ages, Dingwall didn't do left-handers. And I'm not sure if they've started or they're about to. Jerry Blair, I know that part of the world, Hertfordshire, I've done quite a few gigs over there over the years. Well, there you go. So yeah, if you want to come, let me know that. If you let me know in the week, so like the Saturday before, and I can just request a couple of spaces on the guest list. If you want to bring someone with you, you can. Again, just let me know a week in advance, and I'll sort that out for you. So that's the 15th of March. Okay, it's about 10 weeks away, I think. Let's have a look. Where are we? We are the 4th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 weeks. And then after that, we start getting into festival time. Woohoo! Got a couple of public gigs. We got, well, here's perfectly for you, Jerry. So you've seen Disco Inferno. Coming to see Disco Inferno again, of course. We're doing our other show, Decades of Dance, on the 12th of April at a venue called Home and Eat in Bishop Stortford. It's not far from Sawbridgeworth. It's a lot of travelling you're doing, but I mean, you can always come in the car with me if you want. You got to get over towards where I live in order to do that. But and it means you got to sit through sound check and hang around. But there we go. So that's the 12th of April in Bishop Stortford for Decades of Dance, which is quite significantly different to the Uncle Funk Disco Inferno show, where we're basically on the Decades of Dance. We do 5 decades of dance music. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. If it sounds great, the first show we did in October went very well. Gareth Harrison, added cost of adjusting and programming CNC machines. This is relating to Kevin's inquiry about fretless. It's exactly that. If it's a mass-produced instrument, they have to change the CNCs, and that's what they're paying for. Once you set a program up on that, you can just make thousands. Because if you then got to change it for 50 fretlesses, pain in the backside, isn't it? Jerry Blair, it's really good to see you playing and not Aaron. Sorry, I'm lost there, Jerry. What do you mean? I'm guessing predictive text has knocked into your chat there. Joe Packett, for us stateside, do you have any YouTubes of your shows? Yes, sir. Give me 2 seconds. I do, but you can't hear the audio because that show, Uncle Funk, is a disco show. So we're playing all the big hits of disco. What I'll do is I'll send you the links to the Uncle Funk site because his channel is, well, it's not monetized. My channel is monetized, but I can't have the audio on there because otherwise I'm going to get hit with copyright strikes. So bear with me a moment and I will show you. 2 seconds. There we go. So this is a general promo video. So this is, yeah, if I do this. So This is us playing. This is a general video, Joe. And the channel. The channel for Uncle Funk is this. Now let's have a think. Decades of Dance was on something different. Oh, that was on Facebook. Yeah, I don't want to have to do a Facebook login at the moment. But Decades of Dance, there'll be a promo video very, very shortly. We're just waiting for the guy who's doing it all to finish it. But yeah, you can check us out on there. Manfred Oliveras, good to see you. Hope you're well. Happy New Year, Manfred. Jerry Blair, it was good to see you playing and not just noodling. That is what I meant to say. No problem. Yeah, see, so I've put that perception to bed. You see, so yeah, when I'm here and I'm just fannying about really, and then when I go out and do it properly, I'm doing it properly. So how was the bass tone, Jerry? Was it good? Did you hear all the effects when I was kicking them in, kicking them out? What was the bass tone like? Once we're playing, I mean, when we do sound check, it is what it is. But it will always change once you fill a room full of people. So I am at the mercy of the sound man at that point. And it's just a case of get the show done and see where you are. Feathers, yes, Manfred. So basically we're a disco band. So the old version of the band, before the current lineup, went for the classic white sequined afro look. And then with Black Lives Matter and COVID and everything else, the band actually split up. The band went one way, band leader went the other. And he wanted to make it more like a Brazilian carnival kind of vibe, which is why we have all the feathers and the black sparkly stuff instead of white, and we don't wear afros. We feel a bit more comfortable without that. So yeah, so that's kind of why we do that. Yes, Joe, it is a lot of fun. I've said on several occasions over the past 5 years, it's the most fun you can have with your clothes on. Frankly, it's a fabulous band to play. Great to be in as a bass player, playing those bass lines. And we have a blast. Some of the gigs we do are just off the scale. So, yeah, very, very happy bass player here. Yes, man, for feathers. So, yeah, explain that one. Nice moves. Well, you've either got it or you haven't. I haven't, so that's why I have to move about, you know. But it's all good. It is a lot of fun. I love playing that band. And we're just hoping the Decades of Dance show takes off in the theatres this year. And will give us like another show to our bow. Because Lord knows we put enough work into it. Oh, it's good. It's good. Sounds good. Looks good. We've had really good feedback. So yeah. It's all good. So here we are, Brooksy's Bass Corner, live chat 94. Yep, we've done 94 of these. Number 100 will fall on February the 15th. So we're going to get a little cake in for that. 100 planned live chats. And thank you to you all for sort of coming back week after week. Getting involved in live chats. Pushing the channel along. It's all good. The arrows are all still green. Everything, I'm just looking at the analytics here. Everything's looking good. So thank you very much. I can't do it without you. You can help by liking the videos, liking this live chat video, commenting, sharing the videos. We've got super chat, of course, here on the live chat. If you want to help the channel financially, you can. Alternatively, every video here on Brooksy's Bass Corner has the super thanks facility. So if you want to make a donation to the channel on any video, just look for the love heart with a dollar symbol in the icons underneath the video, and you can make a contribution to the channel. Alternatively, we have the merchandise, Brooksy's Bass Corner merch, the caps, baseball shirts, t-shirts, mugs. There's 170 items of merchandise with across 15 designs. So if you want to get something for your money and help the channel at the same time, check out description box for the merch links, and we've also got all the affiliate links in there as well for Amazon, Thomann, Gear for Music, and Andertons. And then we've also got the Bass Center here in the UK, Top Cashback, vidIQ, and StreamYard. I can see there's a message there. Manfred, well, they say white men can't jump. Not true. We are what we are. You know, it is what it is. We have an absolute blast in Disco Inferno. It's good fun. If you watch some of the other videos on that channel, you'll probably come across some of the videos that we did as part of a recorded show while we were in lockdown. I've got the Alembic Mark King signature standard. The bass you're hearing on that is, well, we're all individually playing our instruments, but the instruments were recorded while we were doing the filming, and then we went back and did like an extra overdub session afterwards. So that is me playing on there. Sadly, our sound man, well, didn't do a great job of mixing the bass. It's very sort of faint, I thought, but there we are. I did tell him so after the event. I said, you haven't given me much on there, have you? Really? I've got an Alembic Mark King signature standard running through a Avalon. What's that preamp? The Avalon preamp I've got over there into your system, and you've given me literally no bass frequency. It's like very faint bass. What could I say? Anyway, yes, we are what freak out. Le Freak is one step low. Yeah, we play it in G, not A. Jerry Blair, the first three songs, the bass tone was a bit woolly. This is the show you came to see. And your sound man sorted it out, added more mids, and the bass was cutting through. Lovely. There you go. Yeah. Also, that bass is seriously in need of a string change. Those strings have been on since December 2021. But for a long period between then and now, I was using the red Status Empathy for the bass string experiment. So it's only recently that those strings have started to seriously die off. So anyway, that bass is going in for a restring. That's the Kingfisher Blue GB, which is in the rack over there. They are dead now. They need to go. And that bass just needs a few tweaks here and there. It's the neck's moved a bit with the cold, and a couple of the controls I just need to reseat on their shafts. One of them's gone a bit too low, and it's kind of grinding as you're turning it. So little tweaks, easily rectified, nothing too dreadful. Stacey Ann, you'd think no bass frequency with disco might be a thing. No. Yeah, put it this way, the sound man wasn't in much, there was no black and there was no grey in that discussion. It was black and it was white. And he knew I wasn't very, well, look, it was their mix for that video on, I don't even know what platform that was on. It was for the theatre's own website. So it was on their setting. Maybe it was just to make sure there was no bass distortion in the bottom end, but It was just very bass light to my ears. But there we are. I know when I played it and we recorded it, it was fat. It was like good low mids, plenty of oomph, plenty of power. And then when I heard it in the overall mix, I was like, really? That's the best you could come up with. But there we are. These things happen, not to worry. Right, I think it's time for a can of fizzy pineapple in the Brooksy's Bass Corner mug. It's that time, isn't it? Every home should have one. And all Brooksy's Bass Corner merch on 25% off until 6th of January. Links are in the description box, so no matter where you are on the planet, you can order some Brooksy's Bass Corner merch. Help me, help the channel. You get something for your donation. Fabulous. There'll be some new merch designs going up shortly. Going to put a day or two aside, try and work on some new designs for you and for me. Oh, yeah. Happy 2025. Very good. So what's everyone's bass playing resolution for 2025? More gigs, more practice, more theory, more gear, maybe. Going out to see more gigs. Catching up with shows by your bass playing heroes, maybe. As I said to Stacey a number of years ago, get out and see your heroes. You don't know how long they've got. If they come round, they're coming past your area, go and see them. If you've got any questions about basses, bass amps, bass effects, bass accessories, pedal boards, cleaning materials, how to set basses up, maybe you've got a problem with the circuitry on your bass, maybe something's not right, maybe your neck has moved, temperature changes, humidity changes. If I can help, more than happy to do so. It's what I'm here for. If I don't know the answer, I'll open it up to the fine people here on Brooksy's Bass Corner live chat, and we'll try and help you out as much as we can. Stacey's resolution, absolutely more practice, actual practice, as opposed to thinking about it practice, probably. Yeah, I could do it more. Nice thing is now for the next couple of months, I've got sort of minimal gigs. I can actually start putting a practice schedule together. Joe, your SWR is a DI output, and I'm wondering how it is typically used. Okay, a DI output will take a clean signal from your preamp. There'll be a button on there, probably very close to the socket, the DI socket. I'm assuming your DI output is a balanced XLR 3-prong thing, or is it a jack, a 1/4-inch jack? But either way, that is the cleanest output that can go to an out front board or recording mixer or console. So basically it's 3-prong, right? It's a balanced XLR. You'll find 2 buttons close to it. One that says ground and lift. So if you get a buzz, flick that switch and it should take it away. So you've got an earth loop going on. And the button next to it will say pre or post. So pre-EQ means the signal coming out from that preamp to the board, mixer, PA, whatever, is the finest, cleanest version of that signal you can get. If you select post on that selector switch, that's post EQ. So basically any EQ variations you make on that preamp, so adding bass, middle or treble, will also be in the signal that goes out front. So pre-EQ means you get a completely clean signal. It's literally just volume. There's no tone added unless you're adding tone from the bass. But post EQ means any additions you've made via the EQ section on that preamp will be involved in the signal that goes out front. And that's what a DI output is. Now, you'll find sometimes at venues, the sound man will insist on giving you a DI box rather than using the DI from your amp. I hate it when it happens. It happened to me on the last gig I did before Christmas. The DI on my amps are the best I've ever had. So I don't want some bloke's DI box, but unfortunately some of them insist on it. So basically in that situation, you plug your bass into their box, they take a DI out to their system, and then you need a connecting cable from the box to go into your amp if you're running with an amp. If you're on in-ears, it doesn't matter. However, some DI boxes will overload a preamp, or they might be so boosted that you just end up with a distorted signal coming out of your amp. Check it all before you plug into the amp and make sure there's no phantom power coming either from the DI box or from the XLR cable that's coming off the mixer. Because if that phantom power then gets to your amp, it will blow it. So you always ask the question of a sound man, are you running phantom power through that DI XLR cable? And if he says yes, tell him to turn it off. And if he says, I can't, we're running phantom power to other devices, then he ain't getting a DI that way. So in that case, you'd want a passive DI box and have to do it that way. It's a funny old world, I can tell you. Jerry Blair, I noticed your sound man is remote with an iPad. I also do some sound engineering. Yeah, that's what we do. It's all done via an iPad because we're on IEMs. There's no backline. So everything is done on that pad, and that controls the controller that's in the rack that's then in charge of out front sound and what we have on our IEMs. So everything's done from that. And actually, I think on that gig, we had two of them. We had two engineers on that. We had Theo and Ryan. So one was doing ears and one was doing out front. But like you say, the first couple of songs, bass didn't sound great, but when we sound check, I mean, that venue, again, it's all hard surfaces, so everything's flying about. You've got a 9-piece band. But within a couple of songs, they had it nailed, so it was all cool. My sound hadn't changed from sound check. I was still on the same settings, same pedal settings as we were at the start. So all good, all good. Yeah, everything's ticking along quite nicely. So all good. So we're going to be here probably till about 5 o'clock, unless the conversation is going absolutely bombastic, in which case we'll carry on through till 6. But yeah, if you've got any questions, looking for some advice, maybe you got your eye on something in the January sales, maybe looking at a new bass, new pedal, new amp, maybe changing your strings, maybe trying out some different strings. If I can help, if I can give you some advice, give you some pointers, more than happy to do so. No problem. It's what we're here for. So we were going to have a couple of special guests today. I know one of them has been struck down with the lurgy and sent a message not long after we started to say there's absolutely no way I'm coming on camera or by audio. You won't be able to hear me. It was like, no, that's okay. We'll give you a period of grace this week. You can stay at home and hopefully recover. And the other one has just gone very quiet. I haven't heard a reply back, but that's okay. Trying to get bass superstars to commit a Saturday afternoon to a live chat is a little tricky, but it's okay. So my plan across these Saturdays, when we're going to be doing the Saturday afternoons, is we get some of my contacts, my bass contacts on here, and they can promote what they're doing. You guys can ask questions, I can ask questions, and get some bass insights from people who do it at another level up, you know. So if you want to join in by video or audio, you can. Just need to email me, brooksysbasscorner@gmail.com. I'll send you an invite. You click on the invite, and then you're through. And we can have one-to-one chat about bass, or we can comment on the comments that are coming through on the live chat window. So hopefully this Saturday sort of lunchtime and afternoon slot will work for, well, as many as possible of our US viewers. Hope this works out a little better for you rather than Thursday afternoons when you're at work. Kevin Allen, your resolution, find an innovative... teeth in. Find an innovative punk noise rock band that doesn't have a bassist or needs a second bassist to get on stage before I get too old. Okay. I guess you're going to just have to advertise your availability, Kev, and at the same time, keep an eye on all the adverts on Facebook. That's the place to do all of that, really. But advertise your availability. Let people know what you're looking for, and might just be a band out there. Joe, maybe cover some world music for a future episode. I'm probably not the best person to do that. Just my experience of world music is sort of fairly limited. The live chats I tend to leave a bit open because I never know who's going to come on and who wants to talk about what. And there are far more educated bass playing souls who know about world music far more than I do. I'm a firm believer in do what you do and do it well, rather than try and spread yourself too thin, portray yourself as someone who knows everything, but you don't. Yeah, so probably I'm not the person to do that, Joe, but I mean, there are other bass players who do live chats. I don't know too many who would be better suited to that. Steve Lawson would be the person to do that, really. But Steve doesn't do live chats, or he certainly doesn't do them here on YouTube, not that I've seen. But yeah, okay. Kev Allen, your amps DI goes to my powered 18-inch subwoofer chain. Wow, that's how I use mine at home when the neighbours are out. Of course, you need to know when the neighbours are out. You don't want to be firing that up at 11 o'clock at night, that's for sure. Okay, yeah. Yes, because then that'll be a clean signal going to that 18-inch woofer. So you're going to make the most of its bass power without cluttering it up with EQ and effects. That's how a lot of people used to use their 18-inch cabs. I know Tony Levin did. All of his effects and stuff would go via 10-inch cabs, and then he'd have a totally clean signal going to his 18-inch. It makes it easier to control as well. So anyone who's been, if you're thinking of looking at the Ibanez SR300, I saw this morning that Gear for Music here in the UK have it in their sales section. We have an affiliate link in the description box. So if you've been looking at an Ibanez SR300, which are around £350-ish, Gear for Music, I think, are doing it at a... Well, let's have a look, shall we? Rather than tell you a lie. Let's get the actual price. We want the sales section. Sale. Here we go. No, it's not that bit. It is... Ibanez would be good. That's the fella. Oh, they've gone up in price. Maybe that was yesterday then. because those prices do not look like they did yesterday. I'll just shut up and retract my my suggestion that they're on sale. They're not. They've gone up in price. So the one that was in the video that I did, the demo and the workshop videos, the red one is now at 319. Yesterday that was around 270, I think. Obviously it was a 1-day sale. It's gone. They've gone. Shame. Oh well. I thought I was going to save you a few bob there. Unless it's in here. Just bear with me a moment. Maybe they haven't updated their website. Lots of Squires. Ibanez. No, it's all gone. They've changed it. So all the gear that was in their sale yesterday has now changed to something else. Shame. Oh well. I thought I'd save you some money there, but it wasn't to be, sadly. Kevin Allen, new gear, still looking at the Ibanez SR8S7 bass workshop 4+3. Bill Derbyshire sold one of those, I think. Bill was on our last chat before Christmas. He sold one of those. Difficult to find a store to actually try it. 1.2k is too costly to just buy and hope. Absolutely. Yeah. I would suggest with that, Kev, just keep looking online at the various bass retailers here in the UK and wait until one appears in the shop. My only issue might be because it's such a niche product. None of them might order one in, and it's been out for quite a while. I mean, you could have a word with Headstock Distribution and they could have one sent to a retailer and you could go and try it in the shop, maybe. Or Headstock might allow you to go to their offices. I think they're in Wolverhampton, or Birmingham. That would be the other way of doing it. Otherwise, it's unlikely you're going to find one to try. Stacey, speaking of advertising one's base services, are you finding Facebook groups a dry gulch these days? More looking for gigs than opportunities out there? Absolutely. Absolutely. Here in the UK, how do I phrase this? So from 1995 up until 2019, the year before COVID, I did every New Year's Eve except one, which was 1998, because the band I joined had just come back from Bahrain for 10 weeks, so we didn't line anything up for New Year's Eve. I did every New Year's Eve. Since lockdown, I haven't done any New Year's Eves. And one of the things that I found very disparaging through December and leading up to New Year's Eve this week, one of the bass groups that I'm on here in the UK on WhatsApp, there's like about 150 bass players, all of whom are exceptionally busy most of the time, playing lots of bands, do lots of gigs. There was very, very little depping work in that group in December. There was very little bass depping work on the various Facebook groups for deps and bass players. And New Year's Eve, not one inquiry, either for a dep or any other bass players trying to help bands out, arrange a dep to play with them for New Year's Eve. There wasn't one in that bass group on WhatsApp. Not one. I went through the whole year's messages and there wasn't one. Is anyone available for New Year? Anyone want to play this gig or play with that band? And there was nothing. And the other thing was, for years on Facebook, like a day or two before New Year's Eve, you'll see bands on planes going to Dubai or the Maldives or, Europe, or they might be going who knows where. There was very little of that this year. I think generally the amount of New Year's Eve gigs was really, really down. I I know a lot of musicians I know just said there's just nothing. There's nothing going through, and I don't know if that's. I think it might actually be a meeting of two things, which is a lot fewer gigs out there and hundreds more musicians and bands, and I think the competitive streak of it just means there's a lot less work for everyone. Now you will always have those individuals who manage to do like 250 gigs a year and they can source a gig out of a stone. I kind of used to be able to do that. These days I don't, and I can't waste hours and hours and hours of my time trying to find a gig. If there's nothing coming through, no one's contacting me, then that's fine. I'll just take it for what it is and I'll have a night off. It's fine because I know during the rest of the year I'm going to be fairly busy. Supply and demand, Stacey, exactly. But it just seems like there is a general downturn here in the UK for the level of work for a working musician. I think some of it is the sort of fall over from the past 2 years where, you know, lots of weddings haven't taken place, cost of living crisis, private clients booking DJs, not wanting bands. And, you know, within the Uncle Funk thing, we're a big band, we're expensive, we're not cheap, we're not a 4-piece covers band who can go out and do a wedding. We're a 9-piece with a sound man outfit, and it's not cheap. We're not cheap. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But it just seems like there is a bit of a downturn in the level of work and a huge upturn in the amount of musicians who are fighting for that work. So there we go. Stacey, quite. I'm as resourceful as they come, but when the opportunities aren't there, that's just the current climate. Exactly. It could all change this year. I don't know how it's going to go. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't necessarily know if the level of gigs is going to go up. All I can do is be prepared and put myself in positions where I might get asked to do some of that. The big difference for me is I used to be in bands where I would generate the work. I'm not in bands now where I generate the work. I play in bands where I turn up, I play, I get paid, and I go. I have nothing to do with dealing with clients or agents or any of the backroom work, so to speak, that I used to do a lot, but these days I don't. Mainly through choice. I choose not to do all of that. I did my time of dealing with Bridezilla, but there we are. Ear to the ground always, absolutely. Absolutely. So that's where we are, really. So if his fingers crossed, 2025 will be a better, busier year. Hope so. Hope so. But if it's not, then it just means more time to do content here on the channel. And that's no bad thing. Anyone wants to know what the football scores are here in the Premier League in the UK? Newcastle beat Tottenham 2-1. And you're on a sticky slope, boy. You are on a sticky slope. Bournemouth, Everton are 0-0 at half-time. Aston Villa, Leicester City are 0-0 at half-time. Chelsea are 1-0 up against Crystal Palace. Man City are 2-0 up against West Ham United. Someone's found their mojo, clearly. And Brentford are 1-0 up against Southampton. It's half-time. There we go. Joe, good that you don't have to deal with MOTB anymore. Correct. I did. For many years, I did all of that. And it was hard. Some clients really easy. And there would always be one that wanted to batter you down to take a couple of quid off. And I remember there was one bride, and she wouldn't go ahead with the gig unless we took £25 off the price. And I was like, but you're spending like thousands of pounds on flowers, and our price is that. And you want all the extras, and you want this, and you want that, and da. But you're telling me we've got to drop by 25 quid to secure the gig. And that kind of immediately made me go, oh, maybe we don't want this show. And I said, but you've asked for all the bells and whistles. If you were taking some things off, I can drop the price. I can take money off. But you want everything. But you still... And you get these people that all they want is a discount, even if it was a quid. That's all they want is a quid that they've won. Oh, I got some money off. Crazy behaviour. Life's too short, frankly. That's my perception of that. So it's just gone 4 o'clock here in the UK. It is 4:05, Saturday afternoon, London, UK. Live chat 94 here on Brooksy's Bass Corner. We're talking bass guitars, amps, effects, accessories, strings, cleaning materials. Great bass players, albums with great bass players on. If you've got any problems with your gear, let us know. If you're looking for some help or a point in the right direction regarding a new purchase, let me know. If I can help, it's what I'm here for. We're now here on Saturdays, Saturday afternoons. The times will ebb and flow. Next week we're on 12 till 2 because I've got a gig in the afternoon. Well, I've got to leave by 2 o'clock to get to my show. But this week, obviously, we're doing 2 till 5. The week after next, we'll do a 2 till 5, 2 till 6. But just always check in the week and on the community tab and on the social media platforms. And I will keep the times updated. Or you can just go into the channel here on YouTube and it will tell you what the time is. The easiest way, actually, is if you go into any of the videos and you think you want to attend or watch, there's a notification button on that video and it will say notification or notify me. You click on that and it will send you a notification 30 minutes before we go live each time we're doing a live chat. I know Stacey used that. She got a notification 30 minutes before we went live today. So it works. And this run of live chats are there. If people find that you want me to go back to Tuesday evenings, we can do that. It may be that we do Saturdays and Tuesdays. Who knew? Who knew? We can do that. What I don't want to do is, what's the word? Not distill. I don't want to reduce the impact of the live chat. So if suddenly we have half the people that would come on a Tuesday do Saturday and half do a Tuesday, it suddenly sort of thins it out. We don't want that. So ideally, I want to keep a sizable audience for one. If we can do a sizable audience for 2 live chats, that'd be great. But I know some people get sort of put off with the whole, it's too many live chats. But then again, aside from a core audience of about 10, it's very rare that we have the same people on the live chats week after week after week. So people like Joe, first time here on the live chat. Some people sort of drop in and drop out of the live chats week by week, month by month, and that's fine too. And actually, when I was doing the updated thumbnails for the old live chats, I was seeing some of the names that would crop up in the live chat feed. There's been a lot of people have just disappeared off the face of the earth, not to be heard of again. So clearly the live chats weren't working for them, but that's each to their own. I can just do the best I can do. And hopefully this Saturday afternoon slot will work for a lot of the American audience and maybe a few more in Europe and elsewhere on the planet. But I was getting too many people saying Tuesday night doesn't work for me. I'm at work and can't tune in. So yeah, so here we are, 2025. New live chats, Saturday afternoons. Hopefully you can tune in regularly. Hope it works for you. Options are always good, Stacey. Quite right. Couldn't agree more. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we might have one or two of our special guests next week with a bit of luck. To be fair, I did land it on them a bit short notice. But our guest said it would be a 50-50 as of yesterday. So clearly it fell on the wrong side of a 50-50 today. But if you can't hear him and he looks a mess, then that's the way it has to be. I get that. I've just come through the other side of it, so I know exactly what he's going through. So I didn't have any of the sickness, thank goodness. I just had the awful head cold, which then went to my throat and chest and left me with no voice. I sounded literally like a toad over Christmas. Think of Barry White with a really sore throat. That's probably fairly close. There's a close approximation. I'm just seeing, what's this? YouTube have put this new thing in called making Super Chat more fun with a goal. I don't know quite what that is all about. But share how you'll celebrate. Goodness me. Don't know. I'll buy a round. Which is a bit hard when half the viewers are on the other side of the planet, but I'm just pressing this and we'll see what happens. Apparently, right, so apparently I've created a goal to create Super Chat. If I get a Super Chat payment, I'll buy a round. You'll have to have virtual beer or wine then. It'll be virtual. Jerry Blair, I've a New Year's Eve gig, but a Christmas Eve gig blown out, short notice, very annoying. See, I had 2 gigs blow out in December. And thankfully it happened early on. One of them wasn't so much a blowout as the fact I'm part of a core unit of players. So there's 2 of us for each instrument. And the gig on the 27th of December was open to both of us, and both of us were available. And the band leader who's running that operation is trying to sort of give everyone an equal amount of work. So I'd already done a couple of gigs. The other guy had only done one, so he leveled it up by giving him that gig. It meant I was a gig down. And then the other one was the night after, on the 28th. We had a private function with Uncle Funk, and as we got into December, the client just decided they weren't going to hold the event, and they hadn't paid the deposit, so the gig wasn't 100% confirmed, and they got away without paying a deposit. Nothing, there was no recourse. It was like, oh, okay. So that was that. So yeah, it's annoying when it happens, but hey, we're through that part of the year again, thank God. And I'm not a fan of Christmas, and we're back into a new year, clean slate. Let's go again. Roll on the summer, I say. Festivals are rolling in very nicely. Kevin Allen, gigs you're booked. I think this is what you mean you're going to see. Marilyn Manson, Motionless in White, Lieback, Aurora, Sisters of Mercy. Are they still going? Iggy Pop and the Wide Awake Festival, and lots of grassroots smaller bands. Good for you, sir. That's not a bad run of gigs to go and see. Excellent. I don't think I've got tickets for anything at the moment. No, I'll probably see Level 42 on the World Machine 40th anniversary tour at the end of the year. Unfortunately, all the gigs I want to go to, I'm gigging on the same date, so it's going to make things a bit tricky. So I'll have to deal with that sort of nearer the time. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So again, if you want to come on here by video or audio, you can. You just need to email me. There's a ticker running along the bottom of the screen. Email me at brooksysbasscorner@gmail.com. I will then send you an invite as I reply to your email. You click on the link in the invite and you can come onto the screen. It's as simple as that. Very easy, very simple, very effective. If you want to have a natter, but you don't want to come onto the screen by camera, that's fine. You can either turn the camera off at your side or I can do it at my side. Either or, easy. Oh, Stacey Ann, here we go. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stacey. Stacey's just done a super chat payment. Thank you. $19.99 is to the inaugural first Saturday live chat. Thank you, Stacey. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Bless your heart. Unique Brooksy's Bass Corner t-shirt coming out to you once I get them all printed up, which will be at some point this year. I've mentioned this before, all the people who've donated to the channel over the past couple of years. I have a list of you. I know who you are. I have a list of you. I'm going to get some one-off Brooksy's Bass Corner t-shirts printed up this year, and one will make its way to you. So, Stacey, you'll probably get about 20 at this rate. But thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for that super chat payment. Helps to oil this video and the channel within the wheels of the algorithm. So thank you very much. Much appreciated. Kevin Allen, not booked for Glastonbury or Oasis, despite being in the queues for hours. I don't think you'll miss much with the Oasis, to be honest. I think that's still got some twists and turns before we actually get to them actually going out on tour. We'll see. We'll see. It could all go without a hitch. Alternatively, it can be an utter mess. Glastonbury, I haven't seen anyone announce yet that I would even be remotely interested in going to see, to be honest. As much as I used to like Rod Stewart, probably about 25 years ago, since he had cancer and he had a thing removed from his throat, his voice hasn't been the same, but there we are. Hey, Stacey, happy to do it. You share a ton with us. Thank you. My pleasure. It's what I'm here for. And I hope this sort of time slot works a bit better for you as well. Less of a bind in your working day. But thank you for that super chat. That's fabulous. Hang on. Did I mark that? Is that starred or not? I'm not sure. Right. That's right. Oh, okay. Right. Now it's starred. Right. Got it. I can star comments when I'm going through the live chat, and it was hard to tell if that was starred or not, but it is. So there you go. Thank you very much. We will eat this week. We will eat this week. Thank you. So yes, as I've said, a lot of gear reviews and demos coming up here on the channel. I will start on it as soon as we finish this live chat. It's office tidying time, and then going back through all the stuff that I've already got backed up on my hard drives here, ready for editing. Some of it's ready to go. Just needs the final bit of topping and tailing before I can upload it. So keep checking out the channel, keep checking the community tab, keep checking the social media. It's going to be a lot going on here over the next 3-4 months because basically my gig work has slowed down. So there's a lot more time I can dedicate to it. So it's all good. see, where are we? Okay, that's all good. Stream health is good. Analytics are all looking great. Thank you very much, people. If you're a new subscriber or new to the channel, you're very welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you along. Hope everything is good where you are. Hope your bass playing's going well. I hope you're all fit and healthy after Christmas and New Year. Here in the UK, there's a bit of a flu epidemic going on. It's still going on. It's been going on for weeks. They're saying flu numbers for this winter have quadrupled compared to last winter. So be careful out there, you know. If you got to wear a mask, then do it. You know, don't get what I've just had. It was horrible. I thought it was just going to be a 1-2 day head cold, which is what I normally get each winter. I'll get that for a couple of days and then it'll go. It didn't go. It was there for ages. And so it's actually 3 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks tomorrow since I first got it. So thankfully it's going, but I still get a bit sort of hoarse, a bit the old dry throat kicking in. So it's not great. Joe, the illnesses are going around everywhere and is likely a result of too much farmer messing with nature. Could well be. Problem you got over here is it's the same world over. You know, kids go to school, they all mix, someone gets something, it all passes around, the kids go home, pass it to their parents. My poor niece, who also is the mum of my great niece, is constantly getting colds and flus and everything else, because the young one brings it back from nursery. So whenever I go down to see them, she's always sort of laid up in bed because it's not in a good way. Kevin Allen, any views on the Roland GK3B divided bass pickup? Never used one. Often looked at them from afar. Decided a while ago that I'm probably never going to make any use of it. Actually, this applies actually to a lot of elements of bass playing for me now. I'm 52. I've probably got another 20 years, maybe a little bit more of playing. I'm very happy doing what I do. I'm never averse to learning something new, but I have so many plates spinning constantly that some things I'm never going to do this, or I'm never going to find a use for this piece of equipment, or, you know, that pickup falls into that realm for me. Not, I mean, I'm sure you get a lot of good use out of it, Kev. I've never used one, and I've actually probably got to that point where I'm probably never going to use one. I'm never going to be stuck in a studio for days, weeks, months on end, producing MIDI sounds and what have you. Some players do that, you know, putting one of those Roland pickups on and getting sort of very deeply ensconced in the world of MIDI is a good thing. I just don't think it's going to come my way. I don't know too many people who've ever used them on bass. I think it was such an ideal at the start of the 80s to bring bass players into that realm of MIDI and using keyboard sounds, and that I think that personally, again, it's just my opinion, I think that time has passed by, and I think so many people tried to do it and there was so many glitches to it, and to make it work properly, that in the end you were chasing your tail for something that wasn't going to have any sort of financial payoff. And I know, having spoken to a lot of sort of seriously pro bass players over the years, that a lot of them saw that as like a golden fleece early in their careers, and a few attempts at it realized that there was no point to it. So if you can make use of it, Kev, and you're in a recording situation or a band where it's integral, fabulous, go for it. Personally, like I say, for me, it has no value. It's not going to happen. No one's going to ever ask me to go and play on a session and can I sound like a a string quartet. They'll hire a string quartet. It would be cheaper than getting me to do it. Had I been in a situation where that would pay dividends, then great, I would have gone for it. I mean, I was very close to going down the Roland V bass route in about 2002, 2003, 2004. Just as I was starting to start piecing my bass collection together, I did contemplate just getting a really nice StingRay body and neck that I liked, because I liked the StingRay profile, and putting the V bass pickup in and going for it, and just literally programming up that thing. But it was just at the same time as all the modeling stuff was coming out from Line 6, and then all the other things that have come since then. And I think had I gone down the V bass route, nothing will ever sound identical to what the original sounds like, because it's the sound of the sum of those parts. There's only so much modeling and technology that can replicate those elements. And I then got to thinking, well, financially, I'm going to end up spending a lot more money, but I'm actually going to have the things that I'm trying to copy. And I realized quite soon that, no amount of modeling was going to sound like a Status Empathy or a Series 2000 Status or an Alembic or a GB. Or you want those sounds, you're going to have to buy that gear. And then there's also the element, if you buy those things right and you buy the right thing, the right bases, they're investments. Whereas if the V bass thing was all singing, all dancing, you're just buying one bass, that unit, bang, off you go. But now here I am, like 22, 23 years later, and I've got like a library of bass sounds that I can call on at any time. But if I had to liquidate this collection, I'd be quids in. So my take on that, do I have any views on the Roland GK3B divided bass pickup? If you can make it work for you and it's something that's going to be worthwhile, go for it. If it's just something that you're going to dilly-dally with and you're not serious about it, I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't bother, because you can just spend a lot of time chasing your tail. And do you actually know what you want to achieve by having that? So that would be my thing. If you've never tried one, obviously it's very hard to try one without buying one and fitting it. But occasionally basses come up at retailers and it'll have that pickup fitted and you can give it a go. But again, if these things worked seamlessly and really well, wouldn't everyone be doing it? And over time, the answer to that is, well, no, because that's the problem. It doesn't work seamlessly. So, yeah, take that for what it's worth, Kev. It's just my view. Doesn't mean I'm right, but I know I seriously contemplated all of that 20 odd years ago. And then when I sort of weighed it up, I thought, nah. And also, this was all prior to the Sims Super Quad pickups. So what bass players really wanted wasn't so much MIDI sounds and all of that. What they wanted was a bass or a pickup that could give them split coil precision sounds, single coil jazz sounds, and humbucking StingRay G&L sounds. And that's what the Super Quads do. Now, yes, I accept that they don't, they're not direct replacements for a 62 jazz or a 58 precision or a 68 precision or a 72 jazz. Though, again, those instruments sound like they do because they're the sum of the parts that make that instrument. When you have things like the Super Quads, and people don't know what I'm talking about, I have a bass here retrofitted with Sims Super Quads. So basically, both of these pickups, let me get rid of that. Both of these pickups yeah. Both of these pickups have 4 coils in them. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it's 4 coils in there and 4 coils in there. And using a switching system, which is these, where are we? Those 2 buttons, I can switch between the coils. So basically, there are 3 positions on each switch. So up, middle, down. Same on the other one. And each of those settings basically turns the coil LED. Have I got a jack? Bear with me a minute. What do I do with that lead? I brought a lead in here with me. It's gone. There we go. See if it will work. It might not, because I think I've taken the battery out. Yeah, I have. So basically it's color coded, so that each pickup has an LED there. So when the switch is down, it's red for split coil. When it's in the middle, it's green for single coil, and when it's blue in the up position, that's for a humbucker. So you either end up with those 2 coils, or all 4 coils for the humbucker. So that then allows you all the different variations between the 2 pickups, and then you can pan between the pickups. So that didn't exist back then. Like when the V-Bass came out, that was still an idea on the board that Martin Sims and John East were, well, I don't think they'd even started talking about it at that point. And that kind of addresses more what bass players want rather than the whole MIDI thing. But there we are. Manfred Oliveris, Heavy Guns Showtime, love it. What was I talking about? I don't know what you're referring to, Manfred. Apologies for the coughing. Joe Goose, Happy New Year, mate. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Hope you're busy. Hope everything's ticking along nicely where you are. Manfred, between 4-string and 5-string, how much time percentage you spend on each? 4-string, 95%. 5-string, 5%. Simple. I prefer 4 strings. I use 5s if I have to, but I don't use a 5 out of preference. I prefer the tones of my 4s. I consider 5 strings a tool to get the job done, but I'm never 100% convinced that the notes on a low B string as you get lower and lower are better than what a keyboard player will play. So I tend, thank you, Manfred. I tend to prefer just playing a 4, but very often it depends on the band you're playing in or the situation, because in Uncle Funk I could use a 5, but I choose not to because we've got a keyboard player, we've got 2 horns and guitar and drummer, sometimes percussion, lots of backing vocals, and then there's still track. So I don't want to clutter up that frequency range, and there are a lot of bass players I know, and I'm not alienating anyone here, so don't start firing comments after the event. But I do know of bass players on the professional circuit who come out with this. They can say what they want to say, but I find it very stupid. They go, well, I couldn't possibly play a 4-string. I have to have a 5. Well, you can't tell me when you started playing you started on a 5. You probably started on a 4. You've just got in your head that you have to have that low B string because it's more notes. I don't get it. I've played 4 predominantly most of my career. If you have to have a 5, then fine, go for it. You've probably played in lots of bands where there wasn't a keyboard player, or there wasn't backing tracks, or there wasn't. What floats your boat, floats your boat. For me, I like playing a 4. I'm no worse a bass player for not playing a 5 as much. I get the job done. I get paid. I treat it as my job. If someone says to me, I need you to use a 5-string, that's fine. That's what they'll have. I did it for the Bonnie Tyler stuff. I've done it for a few different projects. But given me my choice, I'll use a 4. I can get around low notes with octave pedals, drop pedals, various other effect things. And sometimes that sounds better than the notes on a low B string. It's what works for any given job. There's no hard and fast rules. I do come across lots of bass players. They put these rules in place to muck themselves up, I'm sure. Then you get bass players who say, I can't use a 5, I can only use a 4, or I can only use a 6. No one's made that rule. You've come up with it to sound like a dope. But yeah, look, I don't have a 6-string bass. I have fretless, I've got semi-acoustics, I've got 5s, I've got 4s. What do you want me to use? What tone are you after? If I've got it, you can have it. If I haven't got it, I can probably get hold of something that's going to do the job. That's the way I look at it. You know, you don't get tradesmen turn up and say, well, I can only use a flat planing saw with a 1/4-inch blade. You know, some people try and overcomplicate what they're doing to look clever. I don't get that. I want to make the job as simple as possible for me. Give whoever's hiring me the sounds that they want. They're paying me and entrusting me to come up with the sounds that they need. And I'm fine with that. Jogu, for me, for Manfred, it's the opposite. Okay, if a 5 is what works for you, go for it. I have no problem with that. But I don't get this whole I can only play a 5. Just play the notes. If you don't have a 5-string and you had to use a 4, can you get the job done? Well, you know, someone's paying you, say someone's paying you £1,000 to do a show. There's no bass. You don't have access to a bass, but someone can give you a 4-string. Are you going to turn the gig away because it's not a 5? Of course you're not. You're still going to do the gig. But that's not aimed at you, Manfred. That's what I'm saying about this whole I can only play a 5 rubbish. So if playing the 4 got the job done, you're going to do it, aren't you? You want the £1,000 paycheck. So yeah, if I turned up to a show and I had to use a 6-string, I'll do it. I'll get by. I'll make the gig happen, and it'll be fine. It's not my choice. It's fine. You know, it's not a problem. And there's Joe. Fabulous. So how's Joe Goose? What's Joe Goose been up to? Any new purchases? Any sales, maybe? What's the news? What's happening in Joe's world? Manfred, these are the tools in our hands and we have to make the customer happy. Correct. Exactly that. Exactly that. Someone's hiring you to do the job. Just do the job. No one cares about all the ifs, ands, and maybes. Just get the job done. And I've always addressed it that way. You know, my personal preference on something, if someone's paying me a fee, you can have what you want if I've got it. You know, if I haven't got it, I'll try and find a way to get it. And if I can't, then I'll just do the very best with what I've got and we'll get close. And chances are the audience won't know any different. Joe Goose, I just bought a Roland electric piano. Very good. And is there a reason for that? Is that something you want to do? Are you recording? Or you just wanted to learn how to play piano? Vissog, good to see you. Put teeth in. Evening, Brooksy and everyone. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, sir. Hope you're well. Hope everything is good. Joe Goose, I plan to just get the cash together for the Say being built for me and the 2 JDs this year, but I'm very keen to get a Zoot as well. I hope you're doing some gigging, mate. I'm building quite a collection there. New Year's resolution to play piano. Very good. I had that about 15 years ago. I got about 5 lessons in and had to give up because I just didn't have the time for the practice between lessons. Manfred Oliveris, they just care about the colour of the bass, or as some say, the other guitar. Or that it says Fender on the headstock, of course. We've had those before. Watch my bass collection video for a neat story about that. Well, I turned up to do a session, did a great session. Guy was very happy, loved the tone. Oh, but your bass doesn't have Fender on the headstock. What's that got to do with anything? Yeah, but it doesn't have Fender on the headstock. So you've just recorded the bass line. You love the tone. What's the problem? Yeah, but your bass doesn't have Fender. You're not filming me. It's not video. No one's going to see. It's just you've got the bass tone. Use it on your audio. But you haven't got Fender on your headstock. Happy days. Crazy. What a load of nonsense. Joe Goose. Zoot is now building status graphite necks. I saw something about that. 5-string only at the moment, so I'm going to order one of those. Very good. Very good. And what bass is that going on, Joe? Yeah, I did see, I think on Bass Chat, someone mentioned they were building graphite necks. Kev Allen, sorry, got to go make tea. I have a guest who may get up soon. No problem, Kev. Good to see you. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for sticking with us for a couple of hours. Good to see you. Take care of yourself. We'll maybe see you next Saturday. We're here 12 till 2 next week. So midday to 2 p.m. next Saturday for next week's live chat, because then I've got to head off onto a show. So if you want to join in next week, 12 o'clock it is. See you at midday. Bring your lunch. I know I will. I'll probably be eating my lunch during the live chat before I leave. Either that or it's going to be a super hefty brunch to cover all bases. By the way, I'm building a 3-string F sharp, B and E. Okay. Oh, how's your granddaughter's kitty bass going? Is that still on the workbench? We need pictures of that eventually. Need to be seeing that. Yeah, for Joe Goose. No new bass purchases here. Last one was the Alembic Persuader. I haven't bought anything since, apart from some pedals for reviews and demos, but no new bass acquisitions. No, everything is as it was. As it was. Big tidy up going on in here tonight once we finish the live chat, and then it's trawling through what is on the hard drive, recorded content, ready for editing. Some things are already edited up, just need to be topped and tailed. Got a whiteboard over here with everything listed on there that I need to get done ASAP. And keep watching the channel, guys. There's going to be loads of new content firing up. I said this the other week. I didn't know I was going to have a stinking head cold and was going to spend most of Christmas breaking down furniture. But that's all done now. So we will be putting lots of new content up. Joe Goose, any bases on the horizon? Are you interested in that empathy on Facebook that Richard is selling? No, I've got 2 empathies, Joe. 2's more than enough. The red one's here, maple one's in its case. But no, not. I haven't got a lot of gig cash coming in at the moment. It's a quiet time of year, and I've got to pay out something. I've got a bunch of things. Oh, tax bill obviously coming up. Self-employed. Tax bill, and yeah, so no, there's nothing I'm desperately after at the moment. There's no gear, everything's sorted out. All the projects I work in, I've got everything I need. So yeah, all's good. Probably the most satisfied I've been with my gear ever. So as I hit my 30th year of doing this professionally, I've pretty much got everything I want. I'm never hankering for old vintage instruments. If a nice Alembic came up or a nice Status, something that's a little different, I might be swayed. But no, everything's all kind of good really at the moment. Amplification's all taken care of. Pedals are good. Maybe more pedals just for doing stuff here on the channel, but it's all good. You had the same as I mentioned. I got let go from the post office and have been out of work, but I have a new contract at the NHS starting in 2 weeks. Good for you, sir. Well done. Congrats. Good news. So here we are, this live chat 94 here on Brooksy's Bass Corner, coming to you all the way from London here in the UK. Very cold London. I'll happily endorse that. So we're now here on Saturday afternoons rather than Tuesday evenings. We're going to do this for a couple of months, see how this goes. Oh, I saw another Joe Goose message there. That's why you missed out on the good fellow at Bass Brothers. Okie dokes. That was a belter. That looked really good with the old style control set. I'm guessing that might have been a pre-Rumour circuit Spitfire. And I think I might have crossed paths with that bass once or twice when it was being made. But it had the old Super Jazz control format. And that was before the Rumour circuits got put into the Spitfires. There'll be another one, Joe. There'll be other GBs come up. 27 degrees where Manfred is. You're a lucky man. It's going to be 13 degrees here tomorrow. There's no use to me today, of course. Absolutely no use to me today. If you want an update on the football scores here in the Premier League, here in the UK, Tottenham got beat 2-1 by Newcastle at lunchtime. Bournemouth are 1-0 up against Everton, 4 minutes to go. Aston Villa are 2-1 up against Leicester. Come on, Rude. Pull your socks up, boy. Chelsea and Palace are 1-1. Man City are 4-1 up against West Ham. It's not entirely surprising. Brentford are 3-0 up against Southampton. And the evening game is Arsenal-Brighton at 5:30. You aren't freezing, man. Oh, where we are, yeah. Yeah, it's freezing here. Joe Goose, yeah, thanks anyway for the heads up on that bass. That's my pleasure. That's what I'm here for. I just saw it and I thought you were after a Spitfire. And that was a bit of a belter. And it wasn't that pricey either. Was it 1,300, 1,400? I thought, well, that's in your price range. And probably one of the nicest Spitfires I've seen for a while. So, oh well, there'll be another one along. I wouldn't be surprised, Joe, if there's a lot of very nice basses suddenly go up for sale over the next couple of weeks, because there hasn't been a huge amount of gigging work. Last year was quite slow for a lot of bass players. Christmas was quiet. New Year's Eve was quiet. First thing that's going to go when those tax bills start landing is gear. So keep watching. Watch the retailers, watch Bass Chat, watch eBay. There'll be all sorts. Oh, and that guy sold that amber tint Status Stealth. He did. He sold it. I don't know what he sold it for, though. Manfred, do you have any hack for bass neck side markers when it gets very dark on stage? Yes. So what you want to do is get some what's called Luminlay. Luminlay. Google it. In fact, let me get you the link. Luminlay is what you want. You kind of have to refresh it with a provided light. There you go. You can buy this on Amazon. You want this. In fact, when you look at the picture, you're probably going to go, that's exactly what I want. So basically, you can cut the discs and you can have it placed on the side of your neck. That's the stuff you want. Your other options are LEDs. So if you go for proper LEDs, you're going to be looking at about £600. Your other option are a thing called Fret Effects, and I don't know if they're still going. There was a lot of talk about them a couple of years ago, and I think they might have closed down, or they may still be going. No, they're still going. Right. The other option is this, which is like a strip of LEDs that are protected by a plastic coating, and it runs again down the side of the neck, and you have a battery on the back of the headstock. That's another option. The other option after that is a bottle of Tipex or white transfers and put that on there. There are also companies that do like the Spectre crown inlays, and you can have them as stickers. And I think they also do. You're going to have to use Google's your friend for this. And you can have side marker stickers. But it's whether you want that running against your thumb, and is your thumb going past it all the time going to make it peel off? Those are your choices, really. Joe Goose, 3K for that era of State of Stealth was a bit much, especially as it was scalped. Yeah, it was 1,800 quid in March 2023. When you and I saw it go up on eBay, Bass Brothers won it, sold it, and that guy stuck a premium on top. I think Bass Brothers sold that for 2.6. So that guy was having a laugh at 3K, really. But I've seen him before. He buys gear and then shifts it on a couple of months later. Frankly, I don't know if he knows good gear from bad gear. He just keeps buying expensive stuff and trying to make money on it. Perfectly entitled to do that. But don't try and pull the wool over people's eyes when they were watching the same sale on eBay. Idiot. Sorry. It's the only way I can look at it. It's it's been in your possession and Bass Brothers, yet that's added on 1,200 quid. You haven't done anything with it. It's not been used on a famous album. The guy isn't famous, so how does that amount to 1,200 quid? That bass didn't go up by 1,200 quid. No chance. And actually, as you're seeing probably with those empathies, there's been a few empathies up for sale recently. They're not going for stratospheric prices. They're going at sensible prices, 2.2, 2.3. Not like 4.5 grand. So quite right. Any of those the sort of thing you're looking for, Manfred? In fact, let me see if I can find the neck stickers. Well, if you just go into Google and type bass neck stickers or inlay stickers, there's loads. Take your pick. There's this. This might be handy. Luminlay is good. It works without compromising really the physical aspect of your neck. Now these inlay stickers tend to be more for the front part of the fingerboard rather than the side, but I'm sure if you drop them an email, they'll be able to help. Jagoose. While prices are also coming down, yeah, I've noticed that. I'm starting to see them go for around 6K. They were 8K plus. I think it depends on year and the uniqueness. So like my mate Gary sold his Geddy Lee black and gold one and got hefty money, 12 grand. I think for those sort of things that are collectible or desirable, they'll still get like a top whack. But anything that's like a standard wow. You know, those basses were going for 600-700 quid in the 1990s. You know, nice top, standard timbers, regular electronics package, standard hardware, yeah, you're looking at between 6 and 8. So, I mean, let's be fair, it's still a hefty sum. But, yeah, I think maybe a little bit of the wow madness has died down a bit, maybe. What we need is the Kabiki madness. Then I'll be very happy. That's died down as well. The Alembic madness, on the other hand, seems to still be going full pelt. Stuff is selling and top price, really. Although I haven't seen many of the 20th anniversaries over the past 6 months. I haven't seen too many of them. But they are what they are. Every bass has its price. That's for sure. We're just coming up to 5 o'clock. I'm quite happy to carry on going for a little bit more. If you guys are, hope we're not boring you. Thank you for coming in onto the live chat. So we've moved from Tuesdays to Saturdays in an attempt to please a few more of our brothers and sisters across the pond in America. So rather than try and do live chats when they're all at work, I thought Saturday afternoon, Saturday morning to them, of course, might prove a little easier. Johnny C, welcome. I don't know who you are, but I hope you're well. Thank you for getting involved. Do we think the expensive 5K plus wow style expensive basses are worth the extra compared to a Rick or a StingRay? It depends what you're after. If you want the sounds that a wow provides, you aren't going to get those sounds with a Rickenbacker or a StingRay. You're just not. So if you want the wow sound, you're going to have to buy a wow. Again, this goes back to what I was saying, Kev, with the MIDI pickup. You can get an approximation, maybe, but in that situation with MIDI, there was no way I was going to get a MIDI bass to sound like a 72 Jazz or a 64 Jazz or a 58P. You're going to get an approximation with what that pickup does, but it doesn't take into account the hardware and the timbre and the years of grot on the varnish and all of that sort of thing. So if the wow sound, wow, wall, whatever you, if the wall sound and the look is what you want, then you're going to pay 5K plus. So whether it's worth it or not, if you are entrenched in that's what I want and that's what I need, you're going to have to pay it, whether you like it or not. It's like with the Alembics. I took ages, years to get around to buying them. I wanted one or two. I now have three. All three sound totally different. But if I want that sound, I can't go to another bass and get the Alembic sound. Yeah, you can buy all the filters and the pickups, but you're still taking the wooden element out of the equation. So really, to say whether something is worth something or not, yes, there is stupid levels of, is this what, a Series 2 Alembic basic, no frills, nothing, is $43,500. Now, to me, that just seems complete madness, and I'm a huge Alembic fan. I wouldn't pay that for a new bass. But if you want that, and you want a new bass, not secondhand, once you take dealer discounts and everything else in, you're probably still looking at close to $20,000 to $25,000. But if that's what you want, that's what it's going to cost. So the most I've ever paid for any bass out of my own pocket is $3,000. I've done it several times. But I wouldn't be personally, I wouldn't pay over $5,000 for anything. And my chances of getting a Series 2 Alembic now for $5,000, probably very long gone. It's never going to happen. So, and I'm okay with that. It's not something that preys on my mind every minute of the day. Joe Goose, Zoo, a building wall. I've said wow for years. It's Wall, because Wall is half of Ian Waller's surname. Wall. Do it properly, Mike. Zoo, a building wall clones called Zoot Budisa. Waller-like. I might get one of those. Just waiting to make a final decision, then I'll pop a deposit down. Okay. You sent a link over on Facebook. Okay, I'm not logged into Facebook at the moment, so I will check that later. Johnny C, good. Thanks, been following since the Betsy Guy Pratt bass reviews. Thank you very much. Pleasure. Cool. Those were one of the first reviews I did. That was September 2020. Wowzers. Well, you're very welcome here on the channel. Anytime you want to join in on a live chat, feel free. Manfred Oliveris, good chat. Getting pumped before today's night gig. Excellent. Where are you playing, Manfred? Where you playing? What you playing? Who you playing with? Don't forget Brooksy's Bass Corner merch, caps, hoodies, t-shirts, glasses, mugs, mouse mats, the lot. 25% off until 6th of January. So wherever you are in the world, links in the description box if you want to help the channel, help me, help the videos. Brooksy's Bass Corner merch, 25% off until the 6th of January via Spreadshirt and Spreadshop. Feel free to carry on with the opinions on the expensive basses and the collectibles and all that. Very happy to continue that chat. I mean, quite a lot of things I've bought in here have drastically gone up in price. I know, because I did before we went into lockdown, in the event that I croaked, I did a sheet for my other half to say how much everything was worth when I bought it and how much it was worth at that point in March 2020. When we came out of lockdown, I did that sheet again and I was reassessing what the retailers were selling the gear for. Quite a lot of the bases hadn't changed. Nothing had really changed. But some of the higher end stuff had seriously gone up, especially the Alembics. And a lot of that, I guess, was while we were in lockdown, a lot of people got paid money by the companies they were working for, their furlough payments, and they were putting that money towards things that maybe they wouldn't ever be able to afford again, or if, by heaven forbid, if they died, they at least wanted to be able to say, well, I owned one of those. And I think the Alembics fell into that, because the two that I had at that point both doubled in price over about 18 months. And certain other brands were also going up quite rapidly. Now, there was no other reason for those models to be going up. The guy, Ron Wickersham at Alembic, hadn't died. Alembic hadn't stopped making gear. You could still buy all their instruments. It was just, there wasn't a glut of them on the second-hand market and people wanted to buy them. And that was it. That was all I could put it down to. But like I say, you come out the other side of lockdown, and the two models that I had and still have had suddenly doubled in price, and were selling at that price. Wasn't just to put them up and see what happens. They were selling at that price. It was like crazy. But that's gear for you. You know, if people want something, they'll pay for it, as in wall basses, especially if there's a limited supply. So as I was saying, no gigs at Brooks Towers this week. I've got a gig next weekend, next Saturday, with Uncle Funk, and but that's fine because it means I can get cracking with lots of new content here on the channel. Johnny C, I bought a Music Man Caprice during lockdown. Very nice. Risky business buying unplayed, I guess. Yeah, but it's Music Man. There's a certain level there. You're not going to buy a bad Music Man. The only thing with the Caprice, just trying to remember, the Caprice is the one with the split coil and the single coil. The Cutlass is the single coil, split coil only. Yeah. Lovely bass though. Yeah. I remember reviewing them when they first came out. Very nice. I thought at the time they were overpriced for what they were. I mean, they had a hefty price tag on them. And then they were limited anyway. So If you bought one, keep hold of it, I say, because they're going to become collectible over time. Manfred, I play in a Latin rock covers band. I'd like to hear that. We and we play a lot of classics from the 70s. Currently, we're in the southwest side of Puerto Rico. You lucky man. 27 degrees, and you're playing in a Latin rock covers band. I'd be well up for that. Gareth Harrison, my most expensive bass cost me 500 quid. Things can change, Gareth. Don't worry about that. You wait till you're a few more miles along the road. Something comes and catches your eye, and it's 1,500, and you then question, yeah. I've been down that very same road. Stacey, hey, speaking of Alembic, I think Micah would be willing to come on with any news from the House of Alembic. She would. She agreed to do an interview a while back, and we've just not got around to organising it. I was thinking about it this morning, actually. So maybe on one of these Saturdays, it's so early over there, but maybe I could get her in on the latter end of a chat, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Johnny C, yeah, paid 1,400 for the Caprice. That's a very good price. Let me just see what they were when they came out. I can tell you, because I've got my review here. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. 2017 this was. So I think I reviewed these in 2016, and it just didn't get published for quite a while after that. Okay, the Caprice, when it first came out here in the UK, was 2,000 quid. 1,999, made in USA. Heritage tobacco burst over an alder body, maple neck, 5-bolt attachment, rosewood fingerboard. All passive, volume, tone. I remember reviewing it in the back room at Olympia at the bass show. And I literally took them off the strings and things stand, Caprice and the Cutlass. Yeah, it was 2016 because the Cutlass review ran in the April of 2016, but the Caprice didn't run until the January of 2017. Okay. There you go. Manfred, the gas sickness will catch us all. Certainly will. Many times. Johnny C, does get lost in a band mix against two guitars compared to a Ray. That's passive basis. But I half expected that one. Yeah, you could probably put some hotter pickups in it, but then you're going to start playing around with its originalness, if you like. You could use something like the Flatley Bass Ace, which allows you to increase signal without distorting. That's something maybe. Did I try a Cutlass at the same time? I had both basses on the same day. So it was the Saturday at the bass show in 2016, March 2016. I got both basses in their gig bags, took them out to the back room, reviewed them both in about half an hour with an amp, and then they went back to strings and things. Yeah. You're always interested in the difference in the P bass pickup between the Caprice and the Cutlass. You might need to go on the Ernie Ball forums for that, because there will be people who probably own both and can give you a real world comparison of the two. I mean, that's 9 years ago. My brain, as great as my brain is at remembering a lot of stuff, I couldn't tell you that accurately now. Oh God, that'd be like my brain's like a hard drive, and as it fills up, I get information, I chuck information away. I do remember the Cutlass being, how about this for a description? Pokey. So it had some real guts to it. It was like, in fact, I think I preferred the Cutlass to the Caprice, as I recall. But I didn't like the body styling. I thought they've picked some really weird shapes here. And I expected a little better. It was like they tried to do an offset thing half-heartedly, but yeah. You read the Caprice is a little more mid, maybe less wound. Yeah, that would make sense. Never played them both to compare. Great though, thanks. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I remember thinking the Cutlass. If I was to own one, I'd go for the Cutlass. Even though in my head I'm thinking, well, two pickups better, more tonal options. But I remember thinking the Cutlass just had a bit more fire about it in its delivery, because you were looking at them as Music Man, Ernie Ball basses. They should be seriously hot. And I always felt the Caprice was a little tame in comparison. But look, you got the bass for 1,400 quid. So you're already 600 quid up based on what they were new. And it's Music Man. They will become collectible even if they're not at the moment. You know, how many people bought Cutlass graphite necked StingRays in the mid 80s and have sold them on for pennies? And they're seriously collectible now. So, you know. Gareth, what are your thoughts on G&L basses? Love them. Compared to Music Man or Fender? I love G&L basses. What I don't like is on the 5 strings, the necks are huge. It's like playing a tree. But G&L basses are great, really good. And, you know, they one of their big sale things is these are Leo's finest basses. Well, it's a sequence of progression, isn't it? It's Fender to Music Man to G&L. It's not surprising that he modified and progressed his inventions as he went along. So, you know, Fenders are Fenders. I know the sounds I'm going to get out of a Fender. I know the sounds I'm going to get out of a Music Man. I'd always prefer a Music Man over a Fender. Always. I've got history with Music Man, but far more history playing a Music Man than I have with a Fender. G&L, I don't own one. Came very close on multiple occasions. I'm still got my eye out for a split coil. They do 2 models. Hang on. They do the SB. And there's the L something. G&L. SB1 versus an L1000. But it's not that I'm looking at. G&L. Hang on. There was one I was looking at. That was on Bass Direct about 3 years ago during lockdown. Nearly bought it, and I was about to buy it and got a message to say, oh no, we've sold that. Many's the time. LB 100, there we are. I think. I need to go into my go and have a look. Not tributes, though. I'm not interested in tributes. But let me see if I can find that. Bass Direct. It was a picture. They had one not that long ago. A Fullerton Deluxe LB 100. And it might have been that. Oh, there it is. LB 100 USA. It was 2020. Was the bass, and it was in Bass Direct, I think, in 2021. And I should have just bought it, and I was umming and ahhing. Cherry Burst with case 925. I ummed and ahed, and then I thought, no, get it. And I got a message back, no, sorry, we sold this last week. There we go, story of my life. So, yeah. I know what I'm getting with a Fender. I know what I'm getting with a Music Man. G&L have more tonal options. Although if you're buying a Fender or a Jazz variant, they are what they are. All 3 are going to do a job pretty damn well. You just got to find which ones you prefer. Which one has the sound you prefer. So you haven't said there whether you're looking at G&L basses in terms of the StingRay kind of styling, or you're looking at a split coil, or you're looking at jazz styling. Johnny C, what's your views on modern Fenders compared? I tried the Ultras and Pro 2s when I got my Ray Special. They were priced similarly but felt a different level. What, in terms of good different level or bad different level? And do you mean, are you comparing the Ultras with the Pro 2s, or are you comparing both of those with your Music Man StingRay? special. Okay, while you're coming back to me on reply to that, you've Joe Goose, you've just asked me, how does your 5-string Music Man, if you have one, you know I have. So I've got a 5-string Music Man here with a status graphite neck. How does the compared to the string spacing of your Rumours? Right, my Rumours have adjustable string spacing on the bridge. Generally, I go for 18 or 19. But if a bass has got less, too many people get hung up on string spacing. I don't get it. Just play the bloody thing, okay? You get all these people go, oh, well, I can't possibly play it unless it has 16 mil. You know, crap. You're talking rubbish. Just play the bloody thing. I have adjustable string spacing on the Kingfisher Blue one. It's an ABM bridge with rollers, and the string sits in the roller. So if you want the string closer, you just roll it and it rolls along the spindle, and then you put the string in and away you go. I had that put on because when I had that bass built, which was 2003, 2004, I was pernickety about, I wanted options all the time. I want this, I want that. As you get older, you kind of realize a lot of the time options just get in the way. And once you know what you want, to be honest, okay, here's the perfect example. That bass will be 21 years old this year. Have I ever adjusted the string spacing since it left Bernie's Workbench? No, I've never adjusted the string spacing. So why did I pick a bridge that had adjustable string spacing? Because I was an idiot and I was younger and I thought, oh, more options means better. It doesn't. So, in answer to your thing, the string spacing on the Rumour can be whatever you want it to be. But I tend to prefer 18 or 19, but I don't have a preference. The Music Man 5 has a 16.5, correct. It's tighter. Doesn't affect. If someone says to me, I want you to play a 5-string StingRay, I'll play it. I don't care what string spacing it's got. You'll work around any bass. If someone requests something to sound, then unless you've got a direct replacement for it that sounds the same, but has your favourite string spacing, you're kind of on a sticky wicket. So if someone says to me, I need you to use a Fender Jazz, then I'll say, does it have to look like a Fender Jazz, or are you after the tone? And if it's the tone, then I can pick any of the Jazzes I've got here. That's up to me. But if it's got to look the part, then clearly it's got to have Fender on the headstock and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, Joe, on a Rumour, if you bought it secondhand, you can put any bridge you want on it. So you can have any string spacing you want. It's entirely up to you. But bear in mind, that can then affect, if you are buying one that's got a standard 18 or 19 mil string spacing, if you start tightening up the string spacing, are you going to have your nut recut? And also where the point that the strings pass over the nut, are you going from a narrow spacing and then they've all got to fan out to get to the slots in the nut? Yeah, I think, yeah, you don't really want that. Johnny C, sorry, the Fenders were being less quality than the Music Man. Yeah. I remember doing a gig in 2001, and the sound man on that gig worked for one of the distributors of musical instruments in this country. And he said to me, and I had my Mark King StingRay at that point. He said, "Cool, I love StingRays. They're the best bass pound for pound as a production model you'll ever buy." Back then, secondhand StingRays were like 500-600 quid. And I couldn't disagree. I think with Music Man, you get a standard. It's very rare that you get one of their basses and it drops below that standard. You can get things like the G string issue. And I've always felt that the twin humbucking StingRay doesn't have the sort of knockout punch that a single StingRay has. But I've always felt that the Music Man consistency in terms of build quality has always been better than Fenders. Fenders are just so hit and miss. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. We did a bunch of gear reviews at the gallery in Camden in August 2019. One of the basses we reviewed that day was the Squire Classic 60s jazz bass, Daphne Blue, tortoiseshell plate, £341. Shouldn't have been anything special, but it played better than any other jazz bass I could find in the gallery that day. My opinion, they might not agree. I don't really care. I tried loads of other basses. I tried custom shop Fenders, Sadowskis, loads of top end stuff, loads of vintage stuff. I couldn't find one other jazz bass that played better than that Squire. Now, you could have gone in 2 weeks later and that bass had sold. The exact same model, another one, same colour, same finish, everything, may have played like an absolute dog. But that's what happens when you're checking out Squire at the lower end. The consistency from one to another isn't necessarily there, but you find a good one, it might be really great. But I find with Music Man stuff, generally there's a level of consistency across everything that they do. So yeah, Fenders are always that thing. You've got to find a good one. You find a good one, then buy it. And it'd probably be the best bass of your life. But there's no guarantee. But I've always say, any bass you find, don't assume that you know how it's going to play, how it's going to sound, but take each one on its merits. So if you see 5 examples of one bass in a range, play all 5. And I bet you they won't all play the same, won't sound the same. Joe Goose, I have a Yamaha TRB5, yeah, with Fender style spacing, but I was curious how the Music Man feels. It's a tighter feel, but the StingRay neck for a 5 has always had that. It's kind of like it's like a flattened D back profile with not a huge amount of curve, but I can't remember because I've never put the wooden neck on that StingRay and I sold it. I just kept the graphite one on there. There's not a huge amount of curvature on that, so as with most status bases. But it plays great, sounds great. I would imagine your Yamaha's probably got more curvature, more radius on the fingerboard. Manfred, I have a Music Man StingRay 5 from 96. Very nice. Excellent condition. Translucent red with rosewood and bird's eye maple neck. Excellent. But it weighs 10 pounds. It's 5-string. That's what they are. Johnny C, I've heard the higher quality control and less lemon thing. Yes, that's kind of what I would associate with Music Man. Gareth Harrison, thinking of buying a Hipshot Supertone bridge for my Jack Cassidy, as the Gibson 3-point bridges are a pain in the arse. Do that. The Hipshot will make you a happier man. You can adjust more. Hipshot are built for adjustability generally. So on older style instruments that use cranky hardware, Hipshot replacements will ease your mind, I would say. Manfred, the only thing that I think is a bummer is the G string too close to the edge of the neck. StingRays. Exactly. You just have to adjust your playing style so that doesn't happen. Gareth, loads of people have played my Made in Mexico P bass. They prefer it to some USA P basses they've played. And we've had this discussion, haven't we? You find a good one, you're on a winner. But you can't guarantee that all Made in Mexico P basses are going to be great. Some are, some aren't. But if you find a good one, buy it and keep it. Johnny C, I'd fully believe that, Gareth. The top 2K Fender I played wasn't any better than the Mexican I had, apart from materials and finish being a little better. Stayed with the Mexican jazz instead. There you go. As I say, play every bass. If you're in the market looking for something catches your eye, play it. Try it. Go and try another one. Try another one. Try as many as you can find. If you're looking at a certain style of bass and there's 10 possibilities that you're interested in, go and play all 10. You'll soon know. And if you can do it in the same day, even better, because everything will be fresh in your mind. I've had days like that where I've been out looking for a bass years ago. Not so many retailers now, but you know, back in the 90s, you could go into London and probably find the same model across 4, 5, 6 different retailers and try them all. And you very easy, you just wrote it on a bit of paper. Right, I'm going that shop, that shop, that shop, and you try them. No, didn't like that one. Yeah, like that one, like that one. You'd have 2 or 3 by the end of the day. And it's like, well, I need to go back and compare those 3. Get yourself a deal. Done. That was the job. Job finished. Johnny C, I'd fully believe. Oh, well, we've done that. Sorry. Stacey, seeing these comments point to your advice of trying every bass in person. Exactly. Bingo. And that is what I'm saying. That's exactly it. Try each thing. I mean, it's harder now. It's a lot harder here in the UK because you can't, here in London, you can't go to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different shops and try gear. There just, there aren't that many certainly within London, in a small circle that you could do. So you used to have Denmark Street, Charing Cross Road, Soho, Bay Centre. God, we had the gallery, of course. A few other. You could literally do 10 shops. You can't do that now. They just don't exist. You can go to 10 branches of guitar, but it's gonna cost you a fair bit in petrol. There certainly aren't 10 of them around London, that's for sure. There's probably about 4. So you could do some PMTs, guitar, Bass Direct, Gallery, Bass Brothers. That's kind of it, really. Not a lot else. Stacey, if there's something that doesn't fit or sit right in the hand, could be the deal breaker. Well, correct. Correct. But again, sometimes the cheaper bass is the better bass. I mean, my Betsy plays better than some of the, £2,000-3,000 basses I've reviewed over the years. That's why when I reviewed it, I was like, whoa, hold on, I got to buy this. Went down, saw Barris. Is this for sale? He said, yeah. He said, but if you buy it, you can't have it till Sunday evening when the show closes. I went, no, that's not a problem. I said, but this bass plays amazing, and I don't want to not buy it and then buy one from the store and it's not as good as this. He said, well, no, they're all great. I said, yeah, you know what I'm saying. This bass has something, and I want it. So that was that. Right, it's coming up towards 5:30. So 12:30 East Side in America. 9:30 in the morning. Wow, some of you only just getting up. You've missed the live chat. Oh my God. Well, I hope this has worked for some of you in the US. I hope this has been a bit more preferable than during your working day. We can carry on chatting for a little bit if you want, or if numbers are doing it. Says we got 14 viewers at the moment. 14 viewers. We can carry on. I'm good. I've got nothing to get out for. Once this finishes, I'm tidying the office and getting everything set up for filming. So if you want to chat, you've got anything you want to talk about, basses, bass amps, bass effects, accessories, speak up. Let us hear you. Ringing tones. If you want to come on to the live chat by video, you can. Just email me. The email's on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Email brooksyspacecorner@gmail.com. I'll send you an invite. Click on the invite. You come on here live. See, Joe, we could have done this by camera, couldn't we? I could have got the bass and plugged it in, and we can do that next week, actually, if you want to do that. Gareth, not that many major retailers left in Manchester anymore. We have a PMT and quite a few small retailers which mainly sell used stock. That seems to be the way a lot of it's going at the moment, which I don't have no problem with. Lots of small retailers selling used stock. That's right up my street. I'm all for that. But yeah, I mean, major retailers, it's getting thin. It's seriously getting thin. And it's weird because during COVID, we saw such a huge increase in people taking up instruments and instrument sales because they then had the time to do it. And then when we come out of lockdown, all those instruments got sold, and people realized learning an instrument isn't easy. They wanted instant gratification, and it wasn't there. And now we seem to be back in that thing where instrument sales seems to be a dwindling thing. Joe Goose, what are your thoughts on a Fender custom shop P bass? Okay, do you think they're worth the extra price over the standard USA version? No, I'd go to Martin at the gallery and get them to build me a P bass, or go to. Cheers, Jerry. Happy New Year. See you soon. Take it easy. Welcome any time, of course. No, I'd go to independent luthier and have a P bass made. I wouldn't go to Fender. Fender will charge you a fortune. I think you would get a better. Hi, Steffi. Happy New Year. I think you get a better bass from an independent luthier in the UK that you could also visit and talk through what you want and go and see it as it's being built and address any issues. The only thing is when you come to sell it, it probably won't have the value that a Fender custom shop will have. So you've got to weigh up. Are you buying the bass for you to play and enjoy, or are you buying something that you want to get your money back on further down the line? And what are you buying the custom shop P bass for? If you're buying it to play in something that's going to earn you money, well, then it's covering the cost of it. Doesn't need to be a luthier built one unless you want to do that. Fender custom shop, I've got no experience with. I've never ordered anything from them. Some of their basses are fabulous, some of them aren't, but the problem is they're in America. So unless you're going over there, or you do the video call thing, but you're never going to have it in your hand. So if they get to the end of carving and the neck profile isn't what you want, the only thing you can do is go over there and see it and feel it and say, no, I want a bit more off the back, or I need different shape. Or whereas if you go with a UK luthier, you can do all that here. I did it with Bernie with my my Rumour. I'd go and check it sort of once every 3 to 4 weeks and say, no, that's not what I want. I want more off there. I want that. And but the thing is, there's so many P basses out there. Depending what you want it for, I don't know what you want it for. But if you want one, I'd just go and buy a second-hand one. But again, you got to sit through days and days and days and days of going to shops and trying them and second-hand sellers and all of that. I mean, one of my things was I think I was gonna do it for my 40th birthday, was to get Martin at the gallery to build me a really nice P bass, cherry burst over a flame maple top, probably a mahogany body, bird's eye maple neck and board. Didn't do it in the end. Would have been nice. Would have been very nice. And actually, I probably would have used it a lot now. But yeah, it is what it is. I've got all this. I'm not lacking. Let's put it that way. So it's just gone 5:30 here in the UK. Probably do another 20, 25 minutes if you guys want to carry on. It's all good. Let's just check how many people we've got on at the moment. We've got 15, 14, 15. That might have been Jerry Blair going. So you got any questions? Anything you want to ask? Let me know. Very happy to talk bases as we have been doing. If you got your eye on something, maybe you want some advice, some input, just maybe what you've got in your head of what you want, you just like to clarify, if I can help. There've been many bases in these hands, I can tell you. I think I did check a while back. How many bases did I review for Bass Guitar Magazine? Okay, looks like over 250. I'm going just scrolling through the list of reviews I did for Bass Guitar Magazine and bass player. Over 250 basses. Amps, we did 82 amps, speakers, combos, pedals 35, because Chris Hamby got the bulk of the, well, Chris Hamby and Joel did the bulk of the pedals, but I did 35 pedal reviews. Gareth, have you tried the Japanese-made StingRays? No, I haven't, and I do keep seeing more and more of them pop up on Bass Brothers, as there is one for sale on Facebook near me. Go and check it out, mate. Again, a Japanese-made StingRay, I would imagine, is fairly nice, but until you've got it in your hands, you won't know if you like it or not. And I used to think StingRay was a StingRay, and how wrong was I? That's not the case at all. And some play really great and sound amazing and feel fabulous, and others don't. So I would just get your bum out the door, go and check it out. And if you play it and you think, not for me, then you haven't wasted your money. On the other hand, you might pick it up and go, this is the bass I've been looking for, and be very impressed. Just, if you're going to go and test it, check out string to string volume and see what the G is like. You don't want one where the G just sounds really weak, because it will annoy the hell out of you and you'll end up selling it. Don't buy those basses, okay? Joe Goose, yeah, I also noticed that Music Man 5s are on average over 5k. Don't know about that. Hang on, I'll tell you how much my one weighs. So mine's got a status graphite neck. Right, let me just pull that up. So it's on the review on the channel, so I can quickly find that out for you. Bear with me a minute. Let's just turn the videos upside down. It'd be quicker to get to it from that angle. Okay. Okay. Weight is, come on, video. There we go. 4.4 kilograms. That's my one. So 4.4 kilograms, and it's roughly a 1998 model. There are ones around 4.5. There you go. What are your thoughts on a 5 kilogram bass? Do you try and avoid them? No, because I've got Alembics that are over 5 kilograms. It's not that I try and avoid them. I just take every bass on its merits. So if I pick one up and it sounds amazing and it's heavy, I don't care. I'll play it. You could get a light one and it sounds horrible. So what's the point in having the light one if it sounds not very good? I just take each bass on its merits, and if it adds up and I think, yeah, I like this, I'll buy it, then I'll buy it. And if it doesn't sound good, doesn't play good, doesn't feel good, doesn't matter that it's light. I've got light basses, so I don't need another one if the sounds aren't there. Sound is everything for me, which is why I'll tolerate the weight of an Alembic, because the sounds are just fabulous. But yes, there are heavy StingRay 5s. Again, you got to shop around. Just, I know when I picked that one up, it was everything I wanted it to be, because it had the graphite neck. The guy had already done all the work, or Chris had done all the work at the Bass Center. It was a color I liked. It played great. I was still using my 4-string StingRay at that time. I was fully paid up member of the StingRay fan club. I really was. And it was everything I wanted a 5-string to be. It's still here. Look, I bought that in 2001. It's still here 24 years later. So there's obviously something right about it. But again, if you play one and it's 5, if it sounds how you want it to sound, then it's what it is. You can go through life, you know, hankering after a super light, amazing sounding StingRay, but factor in, have you got the time to go looking? Like, you know, I'm 52. I get to the point now where it's like, I look at how long is something going to take. So in my mind, I would like, well, think about it. What would I like? I would love an Alembic Series 2 with all the bells and whistles, super light, and da 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 da. A, I'm not going to get one at a price I'm willing to pay. B, trying to find even an Alembic with a chambered body is heavy. And all those other bits. And it's like, it's a fruitless task. If one came across my path online and I think, yes, then great. But I ain't got the time to go. Maybe I'm flippant about it because I do it for a living, so it's not the be all and end all. But I'd rather spend my time doing other things. I think my days of nerding out, looking for ideals, are probably a thing of the past for me. Right, do you still gig your StingRays, the 4 and 5s? Yes, I do. So I use the 5 if someone wants that, then I'll use it. Again, that's why industry standard. You know, 5-string StingRay covers a lot of ground. The 4, been using it a hell of a lot lately. I used the 4 when we did the Decades of Dance show, because it basically was the sound of a lot of the 80s, well, end of the 70s, 80s, and some of the 90s and early 2000 dance music were played with StingRay 4s or 5s. So, yeah, been using it a lot. It went to John East back in November. Quick check of the circuit, sorted a ground loop issue that was on there. All good. It's back up, ready to go. It'll be going on the workbench over the next couple of days. Needs a string change and a bit of a clean up and a spruce up, and it'll get it. So yeah. Also, if you could get a Stanley Clarke Alembic signature for a good price, would you add one to your collection? No, because they're impossible to play live. A friend of mine bought one, really lovely quilted maple, like amber maple, custom model back in 2003. Bought it to my house and it was awful. It was like the Brooksy bass, just went completely bass up, headstock down. You just couldn't play it. It was unwieldy and it's a lot of money. And at that time, I was having my GB made, and I thought that would be more my cup of tea. And I love Alembics. You know, if one came for a good, what's a good price? What's a good price? You know, the signature standards go for the same price as the Mark King ones do. You know, 6.5. Gallery's got a Stanley Clarke brown bass for 11 grand. I ain't paying 11 grand. And they did have one in there for 7, signature standard. I've got a signature standard. I've got the Mark King one. And I don't want a bass that's flipping. So, yeah. If a Stanley Clarke crossed my path for less than 5 and it was in really good nick, then yeah, maybe. But I don't think one is. I don't think you're going to get any Stanley Clarke Alembic bass for less than 6, maybe more. And the highest price I've ever paid for a bass is 3 on 3 occasions. No, 2 occasions. So, yeah. You love Johnny's preamps. Me too. I've got them in quite a few basses, actually. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. 3 more. No, 3 basses. Yeah. Love them. 3 different versions as well. The StingRay one, the Marcus Retro, and the Unipre. So yeah, got three flavours of John East preamps here. What's that message? StingRay or Jazz? Both. So I've got the StingRay replacement preamp. I've got the Marcus Miller Jazz Retro preamp in that bass. And in the Lodestone with the Sim Super Quads is the East Unipre from 2015. So I've got 3 different variations of John's preamps. They all do great things, all sound great. Very happy with them. John's lovely. I didn't realise John's 76. I was like, cripes, yeah, last time I saw you was at the bass show. Where's the time go? But all good. Hey, we've got 2 new subscribers while we've been here on the live chat. I don't know if you're watching, new subscribers. You may have been watching other videos, but you're very welcome. If you are here on the live chat, say hello. Let us know you're here. Good to have you on board. Thank you for joining in. Hope you find some content on the channel that helps you. Joe, sorry, I mean, what bass do you prefer, Jazz or StingRay? StingRay, every day. Every day of the week. Gareth, just seen a Washburn status for 1,200 quid on Facebook. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. You're looking at £700-800 maximum. And for 800, I'd want one pristine with not a scratch on it. 1,200 quid. They see status and think, oh well, a Washburn status is a status. It's not. It's not even close. Not even close. Scott, I got to come back and catch the end. Yes, you did. Stacey did a super chat as well. You missed Stacey's super chat, Scott. Joe, have you tried a StingRay Sterling? Yes. Do you mean a StingRay Sterling as in the cheaper end of StingRays, or do you mean a Sterling bass as in the ones that came out in the 90s? I think they have a jazz style. Right. Okay. What you're talking about is what is called, take the StingRay bit out of it, Joe. It's just called a Sterling. So in the 90s, early 90s, you had 5-string StingRay, 4-string StingRay. The Sterling came out in 92, 93. Thinner neck, more like a jazz style. Smaller body, but had the switching that was on the 5-string. So the series and parallel thing across the one pickup. So that's a Sterling. Okay. Not Sterling by Music Man. That's a different thing. That's the newer, cheaper end basses. Have I tried one? Yes. Loved it. Always preferred the bigger body and guts of a normal StingRay. Ellen O'Reilly, Irish bass player, used to be here in London. She had a 3-band Sterling. It was her main bass until it got stolen. I didn't know they only made them. No, it wasn't just the 90s. They're still available as far as I'm aware. But you see, the problem is Music Man have confused everyone by having the Sterling bass and then the cheaper end range, Sterling by Music Man. Why would you do that? Because one of the sons of the family is called Sterling Ball. It's an ego thing. They were 3-band. Manfred, how do you pronounce Lakeland? Lakeland. I think I'd like to get just the standard 4-string and a 5-string. What, StingRay? Yes. Yes, Manfred. Lakeland. But when you spell it, you take the E out. You need to get all the classics, including a P bass. Yeah, do it. Do it. But again, you're going to end up having to go and play a lot to find the one that works for you. Hang on, let's do a quick. Here you go. Here you go, Manfred. This is from the Lakeland site. There you go. Right. Wolf Hands, welcome. You're new to the site. I've not seen you here before. Good to see you. Your white 79 Batwing SB1000. Very nice. White as well. Will always be my favourite axe. Love them. Rightly so. A white SB1000. You want to be keeping hold of that, sir. And a 79 Batwing at that. Very good. I'm impressed. Yeah, you're definitely going to be doing some shopping, Joe. And don't be entranced by the first StingRay you play. You need to play a few. And they do change over time. Circuitry components have been changed. Pickup wiring's been changed. Timberwood. I prefer a gloss neck one, but they stopped doing the gloss necks in about 1991. I think 91, 92, which is when they went to the wax finish. The gloss ones just seem to play and sound better to my ears. If I was buying another StingRay now, I'd get an 80s, if I'm honest. 80s StingRays were great. Got some nice colours back then as well. So if you want to join in, you can. Come and join in live. You can come on here by video or audio. Just email me at brooksysbasecorner@gmail.com. There's a ticker running along the bottom of the screen. If you send me an email, I'll send you an invite. Then you can come on the screen. It's as simple as that. What's this? Is the Music Man neck in between a P and a J? Yeah, I'd say so. It's kind of got the depth and roundness of a P, but without the bulk, like the heftiness of it. And actually, a StingRay neck is kind of what I wanted my GB Rumour modelled on. I remember saying to Bernie, I just have that. That's the profile I like. It ended up being something else over time. But yeah, it's accommodating. It's easy to get around a StingRay neck. It's some people say it's too thick, don't like it. No. But I play so many different bass, it's hard for me to even say what my preference is. Scott, bless you. Super chat from Scott there. Thank you very much, Scott. Bless you. Fantastic, man. You do know your t-shirt is coming when I get them done. I think I'm going with all Bartolini Electronics in my new Cliff Boardwell bass. Okay. On order for this coming summer. I love their B-axis pickups, but never tried their preamps. Any thoughts on their preamps? Bartolini preamps have a very particular voice. I would suggest you try some other basses with Bartolini preamps before you go down that road. They do different voicings, so do all your research on their website. Check out as many YouTube videos as you can. If you can find a retailer that's got some basses with Bartolini preamps, but the problem is with Bartolini stuff is getting it sometimes the hard part, because they make them in batches and then they sell them into the retail land, and then they don't make any for a while. And trying to get sort of regular stuff, it's hard to try anything because there's nothing to try. You can't get hold of them. Certainly, I would suggest have a look and a listen at John East stuff as well. John's based about 40 miles up the road from where I live. Really easy to deal with. Gear's all there. Amazing customer service. Amazing sounding preamps. And he can make a John East preamp sound how you want it to sound. So have a conversation with him. He'll happily talk to you for hours about preamps and voicings and frequencies and all that sort of thing. So check him out. But Scott, thank you for the super chat. You haven't been on a live chat for ages. Crikey, thank you very much. And you will get T-shirts, I promise. When I get them done this year, there'll be one coming over there for you. Stacey, yes, in celebration of the inaugural Saturday live chat. It is actually the first Saturday live chat. I've never done a Saturday live chat. We've had Sundays, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays. Never done a Saturday or a Friday, though. So thank you. I do appreciate that. Fabulous. Thank you very, very much. Wolf Hands, you had a blue 2002 Ray 4 from the Bass Gallery several years ago. Wolf Hands, do I know you? You're obviously in London, but I'm wondering if you might be someone I know on the circuit. So you had a blue 2002 Ray 4, 3EQ Founder, didn't like the mids at all. Was that the one that had a white scratch plate that had a few dings on it? He didn't like the mids at all, swapped it for a 2EQ, and it sounded so much better to my ears. Some people prefer the 2-band EQ. I'm very lucky that the John East circuit, let me get the bass out here. So this is the John East replacement circuit for StingRays. This was a 3-band as it was. So John basically created this circuit. Let me get rid of, sorry, you know, I don't mean it in that way. Hide and hide. Right. So John created this circuit. I'll try and do it with the mic and the bass in the picture, eh? That'd be good. Come that way and out a bit. And up a bit. There we go. So this was a 3-band circuit. So now this has volume with a push-pull. I'll come back to that in a minute. Treble, no center detent. It's just boost only. Mid with a variable mid sweep. And a bass with no center detent. The mid has a center detent, but the bass doesn't. The bass and treble are voiced like the original 76 Music Man preamp that went into the StingRays. The push-pull gives you the treble boost attack that you kind of get from a Sabre that has a switch for that. So that's basically what that is. Got a little story in a minute. I've got to remember to tell you this. The mids are voiced based on jumper switches underneath this control plate. So if you take the sorry, it's really hard to do this when you're trying to hold a bass up, not bang your lampshade. Underneath this plate is the circuit. There's a set of jumper switches on there. When they're in one position, they've focused on one set of mids, lows, I think. When it goes the other way, it's the higher mids. I went for lows because I prefer that. Gives you more punch, more power. But like I say, the bass and the treble are voiced like a 1976 Music Man StingRay circuit, the original ones. When I saw John in November and he was servicing all this, I said, cool, I love that push-pull. Gives me that extra boost. It's like that glassiness that StingRay wouldn't normally have. A treble on a StingRay is like knock your teeth out, shatter glass. But this boost just sweetens that up and makes it less in your face, but it gives you the glassiness you might get on like a GB bass, something like that. He said, oh, well, you know, you're very lucky. I said, why is that? He said, yours is the only circuit that's got that. He said, that's not something I do on the general circuit that we sell. He said, I put that on for you because you like the boost that you used to get from your Marcus Retro. So when you were here, I asked you, do you use that? And you said yes all the time. He said, that's why I put that on there. But it's voiced similar to the treble boost on a Sabre. So I know the lucky one. So, yeah, that's that. Now, some people don't like the mids on a StingRay. And as Wolfhand says, you know, the 2EQ sounds better to them. I'll take both. I don't mind whether it's a 2-band or a 3-band. If it's a 2-band, then fine. I use the mids on the amp or a pedal. If it's 3-band, it's all there. Happy days. Scott, Does anyone have a preamp they're crazy about? My other option is Nordstrand. Very good options as well. But I'd like something different. I'll check out that John East one. The John East one. So there are multiple different circuits he does. If your bass is going to be quite, I don't know if technical, but if you want options, go for the Uni Pre. Go on his website. You'll see all the options. The Marcus Retro is good if it's jazz based. The Uni Pre is his most recent development, so it's like 10 years old this year. Developed with all sorts of boosts and extra tone controls and this and switching and loads of options. So if you want loads of tonal options and things to give you all sorts of different sounds, go for the Uni Pre. But to be honest, any of John's circuits are great. You might want to look at Sadowski circuits, maybe. The Aguilar stuff. I don't know what sounds are in your head, Scott. So if you've got an idea or a reference point, maybe a song with a particular bass on it, let me know. It doesn't have to be today. It can be on another live chat. And I can try and sort of not steer you, but offer you alternatives. But certainly, if you're having a bass built, really get your head around what you want that bass to do sonically, because what you pick as the preamp can make the biggest difference. It really can. I've seen so many people have expensive custom builds and not really know what they want in terms of a circuit. They might know pickup or pickup brand or style, but very often the preamp becomes like a set, like an afterthought, and they're not thinking. What preamp you put in there and what pickup you match it up with makes a huge amount of difference. Really does. I mean, you could also look at Glockenklang, although I'm not a fan of Glockenklang circuits. I find them far too clinical. Well, they do various band options, but I'm not a fan of their two-band circuits. To me, it's horrible. That's just my personal opinion. No one has to agree with it. You know, I'm not starting an argument. I'm not a fan of bass and treble, lots of boost, and it just sounds and clicky, and there's no actual body or fundamental in there. Not for me. They're 3-band EQ. I don't really have much experience with, but I do have experience with the 2-band Glockenklang circuit, and it wasn't for me at all. Scott, you dig the Saturday chat? Fabulous. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Stacey's enjoying it too. Fabulous. Gareth, a mate of mine has just bought a 90s Fender Jazz Bass Plus. I want one of them. I've been looking for one. There's been a few up. A couple of them were a bit damaged. One was a bit tatty. Another one, they'd replaced the pickups, which I didn't want. I wanted the pickups as they were. Get me a photo, Gareth. Is it a natural finish one? Because there was one, I think, at... what's his name? Andy Baxter had one. And there was one at the gallery. They had one at the gallery that sold long before I got to see it. And then another one came in that was really tatty. There's the one at Andy Baxter, which isn't all original. And other than that, I haven't seen any others for a while. But if I do find one, I'm looking for one. So as long as it plays great, looks reasonably good and fairly original, I want one. Scott, you love the Aguilar stuff. Me too. I would do. I'm an endorser. My custom in my profile pic has all Aguilar. Okay. My one on order will also have active passive switch with a passive tone control. Good. As well. I love playing passive just as much. Cool. This is another thing with the John East stuff. You can tell him the options you want on your circuit. So when I had a Uni Pre made by him for the Lodestone with the Super Quads, I didn't go for a passive option because I didn't want it. Didn't see any point. So those two, let me take your message off. So on this bass, so this was a Lodestone which had active single coil EMGs and a 2-band, basically a tone pump Spectre circuit in. These two switches are for switching the coils and the pickups. So these have 4 coils in each housing. Then we got a volume with nothing. That's just volume. Treble and bass with a treble boost, like I've got on the StingRay and I have on my Marcus. Passive tone control. Oh no, sorry, pickup blend. Idiot. Pickup blend. And then mids with a mid sweep. And if I go into the circuit, which is in here, there are various settings and trim wheels and stuff, jumpers for setting frequencies of what I want and levels. So you can set the voicings and the levels of the bass, treble, and the mids. It's all good. It's all good. But when I spec that circuit, I just said to John, don't put a passive option. He said, I can do it as a push pull. Don't bother. I'm not going to use it in passive. Not with those pickups. So that was that. So there we go. It is 6:05. Guys, we've done 4 hours. I can carry on a bit if you guys want to chat. If you want to talk and people have got things they want to ask questions about and natter away, I can carry on. I've no problem. So yeah, if you want to carry on nattering, I can carry on nattering too. So fire your comments and your questions into the chat window. I'll happily keep going. Voice is holding up at the moment, so we're all good. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about this as long as you want, Scott. It's what is the bass sound? I say bass as in BASE, like the core sonic character you've got in mind for this bass. What are you doing? Is it through neck, bolt on? What sort of pickups, timbers? Is it bright and lively, dark and marauding? I mean, what sort of thing are you going for? Top level clarity or just really solid bottom end and mids? All those things you got to think. I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've done all your homework and you know what you want. All these things go into it. You like a very clean neutral sound, okay? I like my fingers to change the tone. Okay, well, a John East will give you that neutral sound if that's really what you want. You like your fingers to change the tone. I do, however, like the Jacko sound. What pickup layout are you going for? And is this fretless or fretted? Because I know people who've had the super quad thing. So basically you can have a split coil, single coil, and humbucker from one pickup. They've ended up with 3 of those units. So if they want, they can have the 2 outer units on single coils, so they've got a jazz or PJ. They can have the middle unit on as a humbucker, or they can have the unit nearest the neck as a humbucker, it's a bit like Billy Sheehan, and then have a split coil in the middle and the back one turned off. Those are possibilities. You could have, if you don't want to go down the super quad route, 2 jazzes and a split coil, or 2 jazzes and a humbucker. Options are endless. But if you want the Jacko sound, you're going to need at least either a single coil or something like a super quad that can offer you options tonally. So you could have a single coil or a split coil or a humbucker. But to get the Jacko sound, you're going to be looking at a bridge single coil in some respect. Then a lot of Jacko sound with strings, the fingerboard, epoxy finish, so hard, dense. You sent me a link. Yeah, I got that, Gareth. Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, it was the one from Andy Baxter. Fair enough. Yeah, I looked at that. That's good price. They did something to it. The rotary knob has been replaced. The original lace sensor pickup's been replaced for Yeah, it might be all right. Let me know how he gets on with that. If he decides to move it on at some point, let me know. Not bad, 795. It's about standard. Let him know. I'm aware of that bass if he ever decides he wants to move it on. You're going for jazz pickups, 32-inch fretted. Okay. And are you going to put another pickup between the two jazzes? Is that an option? Because if you put a split coil in between the two jazzes, you can make that. Then you've then got a PJ hybrid, or you could also have it just as a P, if that's what you want. Or you could put a humbucker in there. There's all sorts of possibilities. I mean, all of this you might think absolutely not, but the options are there, I guess. You haven't thought about that idea, but that is a good idea. Stu Ham did it when he did his first signature bass with Fender in '93, the Urge, and he had two single coils and a split coil, because Joe Satriani always complained that his Kubicki's didn't have enough sort of low mid thump, which is what he associated with Fenders. And he wanted that, and so that's why Stu Ham went for that, so he could switch between single coil, split coil. And he'd actually done it on one of his Kubickis. They managed to, one of his Kubickis that had the two humbuckers, and he put a split coil in between the two. So if Joe Satriani said, that's the sound I want, he could do it. But it's all options. You can do that. But like I say, if you went down the super quad route, so basically you've got humbucker. Those pickups, each unit is capable of single coil, split coil, humbucker. If you've got three of them in a row, you've got so many points of tonal generation. Just an idea. I'm just putting it out there. You might want to do it. I considered doing it. I said to Martin Sims, why don't you do a bass? I said, Billy Sheehan's so hot. I said, you have personal connections with Billy Sheehan. Why don't you just build one of your Enfields and put a super quad right up against the neck and put another one in the mid position, and then people can have that humbucker at the neck, split coil in the middle, and if they want, they can change that into a single coil or another humbucker. Why don't you do it? And he kept saying, oh yeah, I'll do it. Never did it. As far as I'm aware, hasn't done it. I do know, though, that he built a bass for a guy who I've never met, but I knew the name. And he kind of went down that Billy Sheehan route. And I think he had 3 super quads. So it basically became a bass for all seasons. So he could do the Billy Sheehan thing, or he could have 2 single coils, making it a jazz. He could do a split coil in the middle, just that if he wanted a P. He could have StingRay, double humbucker StingRay, 2 split coils, 3 split coils if you want, 3 humbuckers, all those options. So they are there. They are there. If you, it's all fun ideas. Exactly. I mean, you can do that to any bass. You can buy any bass and put 3 super quads in and see what you think. It doesn't have to be a custom build. I mean, I wouldn't be particularly averse to buying a StingRay or a Jazz or a P and sticking 3 super quads in and a Johnny's preamp. Don't get me thinking. Don't give me time to think about things like that, because I will go and do it. Dangerous, that. I could be spending money I don't have. Okay, where are we? It's 6:15. We'll wrap this up at the on the half hour, I think. So another 15 minutes. Johnny C, which bass would you install them on? I might just buy another bass, Johnny. Don't destroy anything I've already got. I just go and buy a second-hand bass. I mean, I could, if I wanted, go and see my next door neighbour who bought a 5-string lodestone from me. I saw it hanging on his wall yesterday. I could have another lodestone and do it with those. Do it with that 5-string lodestone, 3 Sim Super Quads, and a John East Unipre. Now there's an idea. There's so many basses. Just get a cheap bass that you're happy and comfortable with, like the look of. Get the routing done, put the quads in, circuit in, wire it all up, and off you go. As long as the neck played okay and you're happy with the body and the contouring, could be good. Johnny said, I'd be tempted by StingRay, yeah, with a roasted maple neck to do that with. Yeah, me too. I could go with that. Or even a sub. Get a cheap sub. StingRay sub. Because you're replacing the tone generation straight off the bat. 3 pickups instead of 1. And a more flexible circuit. There's possibilities there. Certainly. Yeah, that's an idea, isn't it? Stop this. I know where this ends, and I've been down that road. Scott, I only have an Ernie Ball Music Man, but man, those Sterlings look nice. Are we talking about Sterling, the cheaper range, Sterling by Music Man, or are we talking about Sterling basses? You came across the Pete Vance one recently. Okay. Thoughts? Impressions? What did you think? Cheaper options, still an old OLP. Yeah, there was one of them. Was that on eBay? 160 quid the other day. Yeah. Scott, the less costly ones. Right, got you. Yes. They've got some nice finish options. They did a Koa model back in 2018, which was exceptional. I played one at Strings and Things when we were doing a big Ernie Ball feature, StingRay feature, and they brought all the different models and ranges out in this room I was sitting in, and the Koa one wasn't that expensive. I think it was about £800, but it played. I nearly bought it. I had other things to buy at the time, but the Koa one, if you can get the Koa one from 2018, definitely check it out. Amazing. Johnny C, they're passive raised, but look fantastic as a bass to mod off. Roasted maple neck, though. Haven't wanted anything else since I got my special with it. Okay. There's always options, aren't there? Actually, that might be, if I had found I had time to do something like that, I'd do it just for the intrigue to see if I could make something like that sound like an Attitude, a Yamaha Attitude, using super quads and a John East. John East with a super hot passive mode. Might little booster on the preamp maybe. I don't know. Might have a word with John. This is going down a road I wasn't seeing today. Yeah, it's a good YouTube video, isn't it? I mean, all of us of a certain vintage that came up with Mark King and Billy Sheehan and John Taylor and all that. All of us want to build the ideal bass that does all those sounds in one bass. You're just never going to do it. It's just not going to happen. You can get an approximation. Never going to be those sounds. Not all together in one bass. I mean, Lord knows, in the 90s, I was thinking, God, if I could get a really great bass, could do Sheehan sounds and Mark King sounds and just the list rolled up. Oh, and if it's got 2 single cores in it, you get all those Marcus Miller sounds, and then you have a split P in there, and you do all your classic P bass. Yeah, it's a dream, isn't it? Although these days with the technology, it's probably closer to being a reality than ever. But I probably haven't got the patience to do it. I'd end up paying someone to do it for me, and just deliver me the bass when it's done, and we'll take it from there. Gareth, seeing more and more Sterling Joe darts for sale now the fad is over. Yeah, surprising that. Didn't we all know that was going to happen? Again, it's, as I was saying earlier, people spending stupid amounts of money on a bass they don't really need. They don't particularly have a fascination for, but they buy it because they think they have to buy it. And then when the reality kicks in, that it doesn't matter. Buying a signature model does not mean you're going to sound like that person. It's the novelty wears off and they want to recoup. I don't mind people selling the stuff as long as they're not trying to, make 1,500 quid on top of the price. But there we are. Johnny C, yeah, very different used prices. There's two near me. One Joe Dart Sterling is 850, another is 400. It's tempting. Have you played one, Gareth? I really don't see what people like in Joe Dart. I quite like his playing. I don't like all the facial thing that goes with it. It's and Lord knows I make some bass faces when I'm playing, but yeah, I don't. I mean, I've not spoken to him. I've never interviewed him. I've just watched videos. That's all I know of Joe Dart. Some people hang on his every note. And that's fine. We all have our heroes and stuff. But yeah. I mean, he's quite a talent. Quite a talent. And but I've kind of heard it all before. There's nothing there that I've not heard people do. I mean, he's borrowing from a lot of similar influences that I have and other people have. But Scott, I dig how simple those Dart basses are. That's the novelty, Scott. That's the novelty. How much money he gets from each one that sells, I don't know. But those sort of collaborations are usually a financial thing more than anything. He's a modern day Bernard Edwards, but nothing he's written is going to last like a Bernard Edwards song. That's the thing. In 50 years' time, people will still be referencing Bernard. They won't be referencing Joe Dart. They won't. It's the overall package, Joe Goose, can I plug a website I've been working on over the last year? Is that your Twitter X thing? I just thought it might be relevant as you can sell basses on there. Yeah, go for it, Joe. Although you can't post links. That won't appear in the chat. You'd need to send it via email. If you send it to the Brooksy's Bass Corner, I'll stick it up. I'll stick it up next Saturday because we're going to be winding down shortly. Excellent. Everyone can see that. Have you bought anything on there? Because you're seeing the stuff before anyone else if you're working on it. Anything nice come through? Scott, I do also like that Music Man basses have so many signature models. That never used to be the case. That's a recent development to attract more people to the brand. You only have 2 unique users at the moment. Okay. If you email it to me, Joe, and I'll put it up on next week's live chat and promote it then. Johnny C, the Dark Glass Ray feels like it'd be a nice one to try too. Yeah. With that, I mean, they're tapping into what Dingwall do with that Dark Glass tone capsule thing. How many more basses need to sound like that? And I think what Dingwall do is great. I don't fully understand why Music Man had to jump on that thing. It's one, it kind of leaves me a bit nonplussed because it's like I love playing Stingrays, but I can't say I'd go in a shop, see their Dark Glass Stingray, and think I need to play that. I kind of know in my head what I'm going to hear. I'd much rather pick up a 76 and just noodle about on that, to be honest. But that's just my opinion, of course. I don't proclaim to be right about all these things. It's just Scott, are those dark glass preamps any good? They're different. So I have an NG2 here, a dark glass NG2. So basically what you have is bass, low mid, high mid, no treble. But to be honest, the high mids work so well that that is basically your top end. It's a different kind of tone. More kind of guttural and rock. And I don't mean that in a distorted manner. I mean it in the way the string attack works and the percussiveness of it. It's definitely something you would need to try. You wouldn't stick that in a custom build without trying it first. I think it might not do what you want it to do. Also, if you wanted a neutral sounding bass, that preamp isn't going to be neutral, not by a long chalk. You'd probably be, if you want to add that dark glass element to your bass, I would do it via a pedal or an amp. Because if you do it via the preamp, you're stuck with it. Unless you're going to have multiple preamps, in which case you need multiple jack sockets. But I think you're making a rod for your own back. You start going down that road. Gareth, if you want that sound, just buy the dark glass pedals. It'd be cheaper than buying the bass. Yeah. Johnny C, I like the onboard thing. A main draw for me to the Ray, bar the sound, is the active EQ. Saves touching any amp EQ. Every bass I use that's active, I'll use the EQ on it rather than changing my amp. I just like being able to do everything quick and easy. I don't want to be turning around fiddling with amp settings. And actually, I've been kind of spoilt for the past 20 odd years because the EBS I've very rarely ever had to tinker with, and the Aguilar stuff. Once I'm set, I'm set. Once I've sorted out the sound of a room at sound check, that's it. I don't really fiddle about with amp controls as such. Johnny, you only use comp and a drive, so would be one more convenient factor. Got it. Thoughts on recent videos of Scott's bass lessons? Someone asked me this. I don't think it was you. Recent ideas. Right, okay. Thoughts on recent videos of Scott's bass lessons channel. I don't tend to watch any other competing channels. I say competing, other bass playing channels. I just don't have the time. Someone asked me about this, I think in November, start of December. And I'll be honest, I don't get the time to watch what all the other people that do what I do. Occasionally something might pop up in my feed and I might watch like 30 seconds or a minute of something, but I just simply don't have the time. I can't, because I'm too busy gigging and everything else. If I was totally YouTube based and my whole working day was based around YouTube, I'd set aside an afternoon here and there to look at what everyone else is doing. Part of it is I don't want to be influenced by what other people are doing, and I don't want to do something and someone goes, well, you've just copied my idea. So I just tend not to watch any of the bass channels, and it's not through not liking them or not liking the people. I just don't have the time to fit it all in. I have enough trouble trying to come up with consistent videos here on my own channel to be even worrying about what other people are doing. Shorts, I kind of see more of. So Danny Sapko and people like that, I see that sort of stuff. But Scott, I don't have time to sit and watch an hour of a Scott's bass lesson video. Even playing it on double speed, I ain't got the time. So a lot of what they do just flies straight over my head. If you could tell me what they've done on their channel in the last 6 months, I can tell you now, I haven't seen any of it. I don't think I even subscribe to any other bass channels, really. I don't. And it's not through not wanting to, it's just my feed and my notifications on my phone is constant. Ping, 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 ping. And it was getting to the point I literally had to turn all my YouTube subscriptions off because I just can't keep up. And you see things, it's like, I ain't got time to watch that. So, yeah, you're probably asking the wrong person, Joe. You think they're clutching at straws lately? They produce so much content That's the thing. And at some point, it's not a case of running out of ideas. There's plenty you can always talk about. It's coming up with stuff that people want to watch. And if what you're producing is quite clickbaity in terms of title and thumbnail, then there will come a point where that level of idea might run out. I mean, a lot of the ideas for my, a lot of the titles of my videos changed halfway through last year when I started my vidIQ subscription, where it was saying all of my titles were rated at 35% or less. Yet if I used their AI generated titles relevant to my video, they would be rated higher, which then would get them pushed out more. Well, the whole idea of my channel is to push the stuff out more, but I don't want it to be clickbaity. So I try not to go overboard, but where I say, is this the best £1,000 bass available? Is this the best 5-string? Those are things that the YouTube algorithm wants to see in your title. Questions to the user, suggestions, and all of that kind of thing. So I try not to be clickbaity. I wouldn't want to be. I hate thumbnails, people making stupid faces, but I've had to start doing it on the live chats just to try and generate more push within the algorithm. The only real video that's a feature video here on the channel with me making a stupid face is the bass collection video, because at the time I was covered in rosacea, didn't look great. I needed a picture of me that I could use for that thumbnail, and it was an old promo picture from a band photo shoot, and I thought that'll do. I'll go with that, and that's it's the most popular video on the channel. I don't necessarily think the thumbnail's what sells it. I think it's the title that sells it. But maybe that's where they're running out of ideas, is their titles and their thumbnails. I don't know. I've only ever met Scott at the bass show, crossed paths 2 or 3 times, but other than that, I've never spoken to him. We've had no communication other than the hi, how you doing? Hope everything's good. That's it. I've not spoken to him since Bass Show 2019. Joe Goose, hey Scott M, do you have a YouTube channel? I recognise your avatar and might have watched some of your videos. Scott doesn't have a YouTube channel. You might have seen him on Instagram or Talkbase. Okay. There we go. Gareth Harrison. Scott's bass channel is just advertising for his business. And what a business. You know, he's turning over £1 million a year. He's the biggest bass YouTuber there is. And you know, long may he continue. Chances of me ever getting to that level, I've started too late. I don't do theory lessons. It's not going to happen for me down that road, but I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, and I hope some of you guys out there enjoy what I do. On that note, I think we're going to wrap this up. Let me just check how we're doing. We've got 14 viewers. I'd love to carry on. We've done 4.5 hours. Thank you very much for sticking around, making the conversation quite fabulous. Thank you. So it's coming up 6:30 here in London. We'll be back next Saturday. We're going to be on at midday, a little early for you in the US, I know. Get your cereal, get your dressing gown on, tune in if you can. If not, by all means, watch the videos afterwards. If you're watching this video after the event, then please, you can still get involved in the conversation. Leave comments. Please give the video a thumbs up, which is most important, you fabulous people. Thumbs up for the video, highly important. Shares, comments, likes. That's what we're after. Merchandise, got 25% off until the 6th of January. Links are in the description box. Affiliate links and retailer links are also in the description box below. Timestamps will be up later today once I can get into the video and it's uploaded to YouTube. We'll see you Saturday next week. I keep wanting to say Tuesday. Saturday. Saturday next week, midday to 2 o'clock. We're only doing 2 hours next week. If this all works and everyone's happy with it, I may bring the Tuesday nights back. Maybe, or maybe shift it to a Wednesday and we can do Wednesday and Saturday. See, it's all a bit experimental at the moment. New content up, hopefully from tomorrow. I'll put a load of new stuff up. I'm going to be working now for the rest of the evening, working on videos for you fine people. So keep checking in on the channel. Keep an eye on the community tab, which is where I do the social media posts within the channel. Obviously, we're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter X, Be Real, Reddit, Quora, Discord, TikTok, and Blue Sky. I will try and get up and running today or tomorrow. On that note, thank you for all the new subscribers, all the new comments, the likes, all the interaction over Christmas. It very much appreciated. Thank you to you fine lot for coming on this afternoon. It's been a blast. Really enjoyed it. Also, I don't feel as absolutely shattered as I do when we finish at like 11:30 at night, so it kind of works for me as well. So I hope this works for those of you in the US and elsewhere on the planet. Stay in touch. I'll see you next Saturday. Just keep an eye on the channel for all the new content. Take it easy. Have a great weekend. I'll see you next Saturday. All the best.